The Ghost Specialist. By Incarnated Wisp. Genre: FanFiction. Completed. Strategy. Action. Adventure. Chapter 151. All of the smaller plants were mulch. Those ancient trees that once towered into the sky had been pierced and seared through to the point that they could no longer withstand their own weight. Dozens of massive trunks now laid on their sides, their branches scoured of leaves from the shock of their final impacts. Around them, the world was brown due to churned up dirt, and the Pokémon that once lived in these woods fled as fast as they could. The sound of distant rumbling was the only thing that could be heard. Standing at the edge of the destruction, no one had the will to talk. Sam felt a tug in his chest when he saw an Ursaring desperately clutch a teddy Ursa in its arms. It, like so many others, was running as fast as it could to escape the devastation. This is horrible. Next to Sam, Sammy's voice was a whisper. No one else was able to speak until the sight fully settled in. This wasn't supposed to. This is so much worse, Richard mumbled. Out of everyone here, his expression seemed to be the least distraught, but his widened eyes spoke of disbelief and bewilderment, instead. This. We have to stop him. He's not going to give up until he's caught Celebi. Ash turned to face everyone in the group. It's up to us to do something. Come on, Pikachu. The more we wait, the more Pokémon he hurts. Before anyone could stop him, Ash took off running as Sam was learning he tended to do. Brock and Misty didn't hesitate to chase after him, pulling out Pokeballs to ready their teams. Sammy's expression hardened as he joined their chase. He released one of his Pokémon, and a red Charmeleon tore across the forest floor at his side. There was something ironic about using a fire type to save a forest, but Sam had technically done that once before. Richard spoke up. This is my fault, he said, his voice just barely above a whisper. If I hadn't tried to interfere. Clenching his hands into fists, he shut his eyes. Sam wanted to say something, to find some way to comfort him, but Richard was already dashing off to join everyone else in the fight against the iron-masked marauder. Sam could already hear the sounds of battles taking place just past the fallen trees. With Richard's exit, Sam was left alone with Misdreavus and Haunter in his shadow, of course. Darkness churned under feet, reflecting Haunter's cold desire for revenge. A chill seemed to fill the air next to Misdreavus, but there was more cold than just that, so filled with destruction, this area was ripe with the feelings ghost types needed to spawn. I can't believe they all just... Ugh. So much for making a plan. Sam rubbed his head while flicking his eyes about to gather as much information as he could. Already, he could pick out several paths to move forward. He knew that blindly running ahead was not where his team's strength lay. Remember what we discussed, he said to his Pokémon. Our only goal is to stop the Marauder's dark balls. Leave the fighting to everyone else. If they could prevent the iron-masked Marauder from catching Celebi, then they could prevent this from becoming worse. However, Sam had a feeling he could no longer rely on Richard. The other boy was far too distracted by his guilt. Meanwhile, Sam was used to pushing past negative feelings. He had his goal set, and he locked eyes with Misdreavus to exchange a single nod. She was determined to save as much of the forest as possible, and Sam was determined to finally obtain the solution to all of their problems. Finally, he took off after everyone else, but he did so by sticking to the shadows cast by the trunks of the fallen trees. With every step, the urgency of the situation carried him forward, and he ran in the opposite direction of every wild Pokémon attempting to flee the iron-masked Marauder's rampage. A shout echoed out. Onyx! Tackle! Tackle? It wasn't a move Sam expected to hear, but an Onyx was heavy enough that any full-body impact would be a devastating threat. Slipping past a fallen tree, Sam saw an Onyx rear back with a roar. Then, he heard the sound of pressurized water being blasted out. He caught the sight of Brock and Misty desperately commanding their Pokémon to keep a horde at bay. Brock's Onyx knocked back a pincer that failed to grab it with its horns. A trio of Bellsprout then lashed out at its rocky body with their vines. Misty called for a water gun, and her Poliwhirl saw the three grass types be knocked down to give Onyx the chance to escape. The rock type then roared once again, bringing up its tail in a swipe to knock back a small swarm of Beedrill and Ledian. The wild Pokémon they fought weren't just wild Pokémon lashing out after the destruction of their homes. Each and every one of Brock and Misty's opponents was possessed by a fury that had sunk deep into their eyes. There was a tint to them, a familiar one. Sam immediately recognized them as being under the influence of the iron-masked Marauder's dark balls. Sam! Misty just barely managed to notice Sam as he snuck forward beneath a tree's edge. It's the iron-masked marauder. He's not just destroying the forest. He's catching every Pokémon he can. Several Beedrill tried to fire poison sting needles at her Poliwhirl, but a Golbat, one that apparently belonged to Brock, managed to send the moves off course by furiously flapping its wings. Go! Brock yelled. Help them! Sam replied with a nod even though he knew Brock couldn't see him. With those two distracting this section of the horde, he managed to sneak ahead thanks to Misdreavus helping him stay hidden with a Nightshade's cloak. The iron-masked marauder isn't just a poacher. He's worse than that. He's a monster. The only other person Sam truly hated this much was probably Petrol. The sheer size of the fallen trees meant they cast enough shade to let Sam stay hidden as long as he stuck next to their bark. The wild Pokémon he passed, the ones not running away, seemed to be patrolling to find someone, anyone, they could hurt. Horribly, they seemed to be solely motivated by the malicious energy suffused into them by the iron-masked marauder's dark balls. Sam knew why Brock and Misty were struggling so much. They hadn't been calling for their best moves. As aggressive as these Pokémon were, they were still just wild Pokémon. In other words, victims. They didn't want to hurt them in a full-force fight. Yet, in whatever manner those dark balls worked, each and every one of these wild Pokémon was fueled by a rage. It was some kind of mix of ghost and dark type-like energy that was forcing these Pokémon to act as if they were constantly experiencing their very worst days. The boost was similar to the buff of a non-ghost type's curse. Their strength was maximized, but instead of needing to slow themselves to control that energy, it ran rampant through them, infuriating them and causing them to lash out. It was cruel, but the iron-masked marauder didn't care. All of this was just to lure out Celebi. His motivations were plain and simple. He was someone who only cared about his own greed. The pattern in which the trees had fallen gave Sam a path to follow. He could trace the order of the destruction by moving from shattered stump to shattered stump. With Misdreavus's help, he was able to remain unseen by the hordes of wild Pokémon. Unfortunately, this area was filled with so much pain that Haunter was unable to sense anything else. But following the pattern worked, and Sam quickly found his targets. Hiding behind a spider web of fallen, barren branches, he was able to spy on what was going on in the middle of a clearing. Within a square bounded by 4 fallen trees, Ash, Sammy, and Richard stood off in front of the iron-masked marauder himself. In the center, their Pokémon sparked and burned with embers and threat, but they weren't exactly in a position to approach. The iron-masked marauder stood at the top of one of those fallen trunks, and he was defended by his Scizor, Sneasel, and Tyranitar as well as a horde of growling Pokémon that all faced where the trio of boys stood. And, of course, Celebi floated above them. It doesn't matter how many dark balls I have. It only matters if I want to keep the Pokémon, the marauder said with a mocking grin. Catch and release just like fishing. Every Pokémon gets to share in their effects, and the forest becomes that much worse off for it. The teeth exposed by his grin were far too white. His position at the top of the trunk felt purposeful. He stood there as if to make a point, as if to really nail home just how much he thought everyone else was beneath him. On the ground, Ash looked like he was ready to explode out of anger, but Sammy held him back by keeping an arm out. As it stood, they were far too outnumbered to fight without risking Celebi. However, Sammy didn't seem pleased by his own decision, and Richard didn't seem to be thinking right now. The young version of Sam's grandfather stared at the marauder, his expression unreadable. Sam could immediately tell that he'd only be able to rely on himself and his Pokémon for this. Celebi! The iron-masked marauder yelled, throwing his arms out to his sides to take on a commanding posture. He failed to notice Sam creeping around the backs of the fallen trees. Give up now, and all of this can stop. My dark ball's effects will eventually wear off, but not if I keep catching them. And the poacher leaned forward, his voice taking on a sing-song nature, and Sam somehow hated the man even more. Every moment you don't join us is another moment Tyranitar can do this, Hyper Beam. Right away, the attack shot out, and the world briefly turned white. The move sailed over the heads of everyone here to hit a far-off tree, and the deafening sound of ancient wood cracking filled the air before silencing itself in a final thud. Wait too long, and this forest will be gone, but all of this can be stopped if you give yourself up. Don't flee. Don't fight. Join me, and all your beloved people and Pokémon will stay safe. And then he cackled. Because why wouldn't he cackle? Sam couldn't resist rolling his eyes at the marauder's overdramatic monologue as he positioned himself behind and beneath the poacher's fallen tree. From the other side, Ash and the rest continued to shout insults and denials at the man, but there was a subtle sense of despair to their words. Through that alone, Sam could tell that Celebi was close to taking the marauder's bait. "Help me," he whispered. Miss Drevis grimaced, but she still nodded. Her confusion helped him climb with a telekinetic boost, but she lacked the control to make that use pain-free. Sam didn't care. His sole target was the marauder above him. Everyone was so focused on the continuing standoff and Celebi's actions that he had free rein to come up from behind. So he climbed, one handhold at a time, fingers digging into the uneven bark to pull himself up. He was not athletic. He was not as flexible as a Nilope. He had no Pokémon that could carry him through the sky, but more than anything else, he was fueled by the need to return to his team and help Miss Drevis. The only way he could do that was by reaching the iron-masked marauder and saving Celebi's life. "So, what'll it be?" the marauder asked, confidence dripping from his voice. "More pain, or is this it? Do you finally recognize that it's time for you to give up?" Ahead of Sam, the marauder plucked a dark ball from a band of them he kept at his waist, and he held it out as if to taunt the legendary Pokémon. It was actually kind of funny. Sam hadn't even realized he had come up with the same plan as Miss Magius until after he had made it. Celebi seemed to have accepted defeat, and even with the shouts of the boys trying to convince it to stay back, it started to drift up toward the marauder, lamenting that it had no other choice. The marauder himself saw that and grinned, and Celebi's incoming presence meant he had no reason to turn around. "Oh, and Celebi," he said. "Make sure they can't interfere." As Sam finally pulled himself up onto the very top of the trunk, he caught sight of the pained expression on Celebi's face as it waved an arm. Massive roots left the forest's floor to trap the Pokémon in the center. Pikachu, Charmeleon, and Jolteon became pinned by the forest itself. Below, Sammy cried out in despair, sounding as if he had just been stabbed. "Good. Good." The iron-masked marauder laughed once more. "Now come here. Let me catch you, and we can put all of this behind us." Finally, Celebi moved to finish floating over, but it paused when it saw Sam stand up. The iron-masked marauder turned around too late. "Behind you!" Sam's sudden shout completely caught the man off guard, and the crack of his foot smashing into the tree's bark was the shot that started it all off. Sam lunged, bringing his arms out to latch around the marauder, and he slammed his full body weight into the marauder's stomach to send the man to the ground. The impact saw the marauder exhale in pain, and he lacked the air in him to give the horde of Pokémon any command. "Now, Miss Drevis!" Sam yelled. From where she'd been waiting, she rushed over with Shadow Sneak and popped out just to tear away the marauder's belt with a use of confusion. In a mirror to what happened to Sam to start this whole situation, every dark ball at the marauder's waist was ripped away from him, and Miss Drevis went on to use that same Shadow Sneak to take off and disappear into the still remaining, nearby woods. "You!" The man struggled to get out from under Sam, and Sam flailed and squirmed and swung his arms like a primeape to try to overwhelm the marauder for as long as possible. "Get them!" The poacher's shout saw every Pokémon in the clearing finally attack. However, though Ash and everyone else had their primary Pokémon pinned, Sam had bought them just enough time to release the rest of their teams. With numbers no longer so weighed against them, they now had a fighting chance. All the while, Celebi looked on in horror. But Sam didn't pay attention. The battle taking place was probably epic, but that wasn't where his focus needed to be right now. "You're just an annoying twerp. Get off of me. And stop swinging your arms. Never." Sam wasn't a fighter, but he knew how to be annoying. He couldn't exactly do much to hurt this guy, but he could at least do whatever he needed to distract him for as long as he could. His hands smacked into the marauder's arms, chest, and head. Each impact hurt, especially when they hit the marauder's armored vest and dumb yellow mask. At one point, one of his swings saw his wrist smash into one of the man's red lenses. It sent a sharp pain into his hand, but it let him catch sight of the absolutely infuriated expression underneath. Finally, with a roar, the marauder managed to throw him off. Sam slid, but he didn't fall off the tree thanks to Haunter's help stabilizing him with a grabbing shadow. "You kids, don't even realize how annoying you are. How big of a thorn you've been in my side all this time." The marauder pushed to his feet, arms hanging while he stared at Sam, breathing heavily. "You don't even know how much work I put into this. The places I had to go, the people I had to threaten. All just to find and catch Celebi, and yet. He froze and slowly brought his gaze down to his hand. A cruel smile crept onto his face, and Sam followed where the man was looking. Though Misdreavus had disappeared alongside his belt, the iron-masked marauder still had one dark ball left. It was the very same one he had used to taunt Celebi just seconds before. "Aha! I win," he said. Before Sam could react, the man had already snapped himself around to throw the ball right at where Celebi was flying. The legendary Pokémon wasn't moving. It hadn't been paying attention to the tussle going on up top. Sam had already stopped the main bad guy, but Celebi's friends, the very same boys that had first rescued it and ensured it could heal, were all fighting at the bottom, so that was where all its attention laid. For that reason, Celebi didn't know the marauder had escaped, and it didn't know there was a ball flying right toward its head. Sam had nothing he could do to stop this. Ultimately, even with Richard's foreknowledge, everything they'd done had failed. But he wasn't alone here. Misdreavus might have flown off, but one Pokémon was still with him. Haunter was fast, and he belonged to an 8-star team. Catching up to a flying Pokeball was simple for him, especially since he could move through all patches of darkness. So, Sam watched as his own shadow stretched out, curving right toward where that dark ball was flying through the air. However, Haunter didn't know Shadow Sneak and couldn't make his own shadows. At a certain point, the darkness snapped, and that launched him out. Yet, that was intentional as the elastic reaction gave him the final burst of speed needed to reach his target. He didn't quite have the time to perfectly follow the path of the dark ball, but he could fling himself ahead of it. Haunter shoved Celebi out of the way. No. Sam looked on in horror. Though Haunter had saved Celebi, he had done so by sacrificing himself instead. The dark ball hit his side and opened up in a flash of deep purple light, and though Haunter was already a caught Pokémon, this was a poacher's Pokeball. The sphere sucked him up, and it landed in a groove in the tree's bark, echoing out with a horrible click. TCH. Not what I wanted, but a Haunter can help, too. The iron-masked marauder was between Sam and that dark ball. Sam had no way to reach it first, and Celebi was no help, too overwhelmed and aghast at everything going on to do anything but observe. But as it turned out, Sam didn't need to do anything. The iron-masked marauder didn't even get to take a single step forward before the dark ball shook and opened up. Ghost types couldn't be trapped, after all. The dark ball broke in two, and then something else exploded out. It hit Sam, then, exactly what he'd been having Haunter do over the course of the past week. Haunter had been protecting him, but more than that, Haunter had been dedicating himself to making sure he would go unseen. Not once had Haunter properly left the shadows. Every waking moment had been spent in hiding, and as a ghost type, he hadn't exactly needed to sleep. Haunter had pushed himself to his limits to remain unknown, and he'd constantly been extending his senses to detect, scare, and ward off any aggressive wild Pokémon. While what he'd done was not as intense as soloing an entire tournament, he had subjected himself to a constant trial over the past few days. Thus, when suffused by the energy of a dark ball, that was the final push he needed to evolve. No. You kids. You don't even realize what you've done, do you? The iron-masked marauder took a shaky step back. The dark balls. They turn Pokémon evil. But they also keep evil Pokémon under control. When the ball had broken open, it had broken open. So, there was nothing to limit the maliciousness of this creature, and red eyes flicked both the marauders and Sam's way. In the air above the trunk's branches, a newly evolved Pokémon let the space around him fill with shadows. He was no longer just a face and two floating hands, but a Pokémon with a proper body. A Pokémon that was a proper ghost. He had limbs. He had a smile. He had greatly increased power. His darkness writhed around him, and his grin threatened to split him in two. Haunter had evolved inside the dark ball, so Sam had not seen his transformation. Sam wasn't even sure if Haunter knew he had evolved, because he was assuredly not in control. Right now, he might have been a Jengar, but the energy was overwhelming. It controlled him, possessed him. Not a single ounce of recognition crossed over his face. Jengar looked on with a barely suppressed desire to cause pain, and the iron-masked marauder immediately turned tail and ran. He slid off the side of the trunk to dart into the woods, and when Jengar's cruel gaze turned to Sam, he found himself having no choice but to do the same. Thus, the two of them disappeared into the darkened woods, and Jengar didn't wait to give chase. Chapter 152. The shadows cast by the dense canopy were grasping fingers that reached for Sam's throat. A fog spread across the ground, creating a smothering blanket that muffled each of his steps. The hair on the back of his neck stood on its ends, and each and every exhale saw a mist form in front of his face. Jengar was hostile. Enraged. Dangerous. This was no mischievous trick, the Pokémon was on a hunt. Escaping the portion of the woods destroyed by the Marauders' plot, Sam pressed himself against the bark of a tree. He used the corridors formed by massive roots to hide his presence the best he could. Carried by the breeze, laughter echoed from a distance. It was punctuated by the sound of something heavy shattering. Think, Sam. Think. When the Marauder ran, you did too. Why? How do you get out of this, and what's your goal to win? His goal was to make Celebi help him. But that wasn't applicable right now. No, his real goal had to be the capture or defeat of the iron-masked Marauder, but Sam also needed to outlast and end Jengar's rampage. Misdreavus isn't here right now, Sam whispered to himself, just checking that he could hear his voice. She went off to hide the dark balls, which means it was just him. He had no Pokémon. In other words, his only defense was his knowledge of the ghost type. Pressed against that freezing cold nook beneath a shadow-covered tree, Sam could only see a few possible ways out of this. 1. He could knock out Jengar. Not likely. 2. He could choose to run away. A coward's move. 3. He could dump his problems in the iron-masked Marauder's lap instead, which risked. Sam froze when he heard another distant branch break, but no matter how hard he strained his ears, no other sound followed that. This is the worst-case scenario when dealing with ghost types a hunt. I need to keep that in mind. If Jengar kept his skills when he evolved, I can expect him to sense others and be skilled with moves like hypnosis. That means no negative emotions. That means no eye contact. But even if I avoid eye contact, he'd still be right there. I can't forget that he's a powerful and fast special attacker. My best hope is to hide. He had to stay hidden, but he also needed an end goal. Realistically, he had to obtain help. Which meant he needed to find Misdreavus. But all of that came together in a singular point, he and the iron-masked Marauder had the same goal. If Misdreavus was somewhere out here hiding those dark balls, then the iron-masked Marauder was likely trying to find them to get Jengar under his control. That meant he would be trying to search for Misdreavus as well, so, in other words, they were headed toward the same place. All of this would be settled by who could find her first. I know Misdreavus. I know how she thinks, and I know how she likes to hide. If I apply that to where she might put those dark balls. Somewhere shadowy. Sam paused, looking around. Okay, everywhere is shadowy right now, so she's probably searching for an obvious place. One that someone would easily overlook but might notice out of the corner of their eye. Unlike usual, the ghostly chill around Sam was uncomfortable, but there was no frost. Still, Jengar had been training for a long time, and the pressure his aggression emanated made Sam feel as though frozen daggers were being pressed against his spine. Yet, the feeling wasn't completely new to him. The pressure caused by Morty's Dusclops was worse. Sam desperately wanted to snap his Pokémon out of it, but he didn't know how, so he had to treat Jengar like the threat he was. When Sam pushed off the tree to begin stalking through the woods, he made sure to walk slowly and dragged his feet so that he wouldn't step on anything that'd cause a loud crunch. No matter what he did, his movements caused old leaves to rustle, but anything louder would have been worse. Jengar was fast. If Sam was too obvious, Jengar would be on him in an instant, yet Sam couldn't let himself move too slow without risking the iron-masked Marauder finding Misdreavus first. He crept past the towering trees, those ancient giants serving as cover for both him and his foes. He scanned every nook and cranny he could find, but he never once found any sign of Misdreavus. The only good thing about being alone was that there were no wild Pokémon around right now. The threat of the Marauder's rampage combined with the emanations caused by Jengar's anger meant all wild Pokémon had fled. Sam only had one threat to worry about. Still. Each time Sam stepped, he felt as though that slight noise was the start of an avalanche. Each time he exhaled, he felt as though he had just blasted an air horn. But Jengar didn't appear, and Sam kept searching. The only reason he knew he hadn't been found was due to the nature of the dark balls. If Jengar located him, the ghost type would not stalk Sam before striking, as was his standard. No, the infused rage would see him attack almost immediately. That meant Sam would know if Jengar found him right away. Since he was able to walk, he was hidden. It was a small comfort, but it was a small comfort he'd take. Every second stretched out. For ages, it felt like he was truly alone. Sometimes, he'd hear something move in the distance, but Jengar never once appeared. It was only when the fog thickened that Sam realized he was being watched. Something shifted at the edge of his vision, and he caught two glints of red staring at him as if they were eyes. But calling them eyes would have been wrong. They were flat, featureless, and one seemed to be cracked. When the yellow of the marauder's iron mask became visible through the mist, Sam froze in place. The marauder, a slight smirk on his face, lifted an arm and heaved. He threw a rock. Sam jumped. He managed to avoid the projectile, but that wasn't the marauder's aim. Instead, it sailed past Sam and hit the ground. With that impact, it made a noisy thump. A screech something shot toward Sam from out in the distance. The iron-masked marauder was gone, having already disappeared into the fog. No longer caring about the noise he made, Sam shot toward a massive root sticking out the ground next to one of those enormous trees. He pressed himself into the shadow formed by a bend, and he held his breath, recognizing that staying hidden was his only recourse. Forcing himself to go still, Sam felt nothing. Thought nothing. Did nothing. For this, he only stared. Jengar's momentum pushed the mist behind him as he shot right to where that rock landed. Bringing an arm down, the stone shattered. Unsatisfied with that quarry, he looked up. Red eyes, real ones, then glanced around. Jengar searched through every gap here. He turned in a circle to check the world around himself, and Sam prayed he'd go unseen. But as enraged as Jengar was, the dark ball had not granted him patience. Despite his terrible strength, this search was nothing more than one long glance. For one single, terrifying, horrifying moment, it almost seemed Jengar had laid his eyes on Sam. However, he kept turning, and his gaze merely swept past. After an eternity of searching that lasted not but a few seconds, Jengar drifted off the ground to begin to float away. Sam breathed out. And Jengar snapped around, his stare sharp enough to cut and his grin practically splitting his body in twain. Sam thought that was it, but the movement was just a bluff, and Jengar finally left the scene. For a while, Sam waited in that nook, expecting Jengar to return at any moment. His absence could have just been a trick or just a delay to draw Sam out. At any second, Jengar could come back and finally unleash his attack. But the dreaded moment never came. Slowly and cautiously, Sam pulled himself out to check his surroundings. He even glanced up to see if Jengar was hiding above his head. There was nothing. He was alone once more. The iron-masked marauder might have tried to lure Jengar, but, despite everything, Sam managed to escape unscathed. Somehow. I need to keep going. This delay had brought an advantage to the marauder. He had recognized this unspoken competition as well, and he wanted to reach Misdreavus first. Sam staying in place had given the man more time, which meant Sam could no longer risk any further delay. As much as Sam wanted to speak just to hear his own voice, he couldn't allow himself to make any sound. Not until he was close. He stuck even closer to the trees, trying even harder to stay cloaked. He recognized that Jengar was doing little to stay hidden, and at several points, he could hear the rushing of wind from his ghost type darting through the woods. But staying still, holding his breath, and making sure he felt nothing at all prevented any unexpected attacks. Finally, eventually, and thankfully, the mist faded ever so slightly as Sam left Jengar's part of the woods. It was funny. The sun was brighter out here. Sam had to hold back a laugh when he remembered. Technically, it was still morning. Resisting the urge to shout for his Pokémon, Sam was able to pick up his speed and use all of the little tricks he'd learned in his search. Finally, Sam managed to find Misdreavus when he saw her movement out of the corner of his eye, locating her in the exact manner he'd thought. Much like the small den she had for herself when he had first found her, Misdreavus was sticking to the shadows but was trying to dig out a hiding spot under where one of the tree's roots bent out of the ground. Sam had found her, and the belt of dark balls was next to her, but Misdreavus hadn't seen him. And Sam wasn't alone. Above, once more, Sam caught sight of 1.5 red lenses glinting off of the late morning sun. The iron-masked marauder, having given himself a head start, had used that time to position himself right above her, intending to surprise her by jumping down. He didn't need to win completely. He just needed one dark ball. With that, he could catch and release Misdreavus, and then he could use the ball to command Jengar. I can't let that happen. But Sam knew that any noise he made would just draw Jengar here. The iron-masked marauder was moving slowly to keep quiet, and if Sam tried to warn Mischievous, she wouldn't have a fast enough reaction to dodge before the marauder jumped down at her. I can't call out to her. The iron-masked marauder would just use that as an opening. And that'd also lure Jengar here. Mischievous is so focused on digging that she has no clue about what's going on around her. So then how do I stop this? We're at a disadvantage. If any noise would attract Jengar. Sam paused. Any noise would attract Jengar, Sam realized. What if that was what he wanted? Quickly, Sam flicked his gaze around, trying to look for anything else he could use. He searched for something, but there was nothing. It was only him and everyone else. He only had this plan to go through. Before he did anything, Sam took a moment to remember every moment he'd ever had with his Pokémon. He remembered every second he'd spent with his team, every break he'd spent in training, and every moment he'd spent traveling with Mischievous. Fueled by positive thoughts, Sam knew he was ready. So, breathing in, Sam cupped his hands around his mouth, and with a bright smile on his face, he let loose a powerful shout. Jengar! Mischievous looked up. The visible, lower half of the iron-masked marauder's face went stark white. Sam stepped back, allowing himself to fade into the shadows. And then the world seemed to turn to night. Cackles echoed out from the section of the forest they'd just left, and mist served as the harbinger of Jengar's presence. The marauder snapped out of his surprise to say one thing. No. Not like this. With his words coming out like a growl, he jumped, trying to reach Mischievous before any of this could happen. His goal was, more than anything else, to grab the dark balls before Jengar showed up. But Sam had already rigged this to be in his favor, and for once, the marauder was acting out of fright. Jengar appeared like a rocket, traveling so fast that his movements were guided by instinct alone. As a ghost type, he was attracted to the most negative presence in their area. And as much as ghosts attracted ghosts, it wasn't Mischievous. No, in a complete reverse to how the marauder had avoided Jengar's detection in the first place, the marauder's fright meant Jengar was attracted to him and him alone. The impact saw Jengar slam into the marauder, taking him out of the air and giving him the scare of his life. The two were sent tumbling, and the marauder hit the ground first. Groaning, he slid, coming to a rest against the bark of a tree. But Jengar wasn't done. So possessed by the energy from the marauder's very own dark balls, he charged to float right above the fallen man. Mouth stretched out in ferocious glee, he lifted an arm to conjure a mass of shadows behind it. Sam knew he couldn't let that happen. He refused to have something like this be done by a Pokémon on his team. Hey, Jengar! Turn around! And Sam was running before he realized it, but that didn't mean Jengar dropped his rapidly forming attack. He did check over his shoulder with a glance, turned back to the marauder, and then snapped around once more when he realized that, yes, someone was rushing him. He wasn't prepared to redirect his attack, and he didn't seem to think he needed to. Without the use of type energy, Sam should have phased right through. He didn't. No, Sam's fist smashed right into the center of Jengar's face in a perfect mimicry of the same moment he'd first caught him. The surprise punch sent Jengar straight to the ground. Jengar didn't take any damage. Why would he? It wasn't a Pokémon move, but he did grab the rapidly forming bump on his face and rocked back and forth in pain. It's over, Sam said. He could already tell, Jengar had been snapped out of it. Already, the freezing cold aura had completely disappeared. Behind, Mischievous stared at them in utter shock. From her perspective, this entire exchange had lasted only a few seconds. And now, somehow, Sam was towering over the iron-masked marauder. He made sure to display his full confidence on his face. You. But this was not over. Not yet. The marauder's voice was a low, gravelly drawl. The poacher remained unintimidated, and a hand snapped up to grab the tree's bark as he began to pull himself up. You. You child. You twerp. You're ruining it. Everything I had planned, and you're trying to take it from me like this. A laugh. The man shakily returned to his feet. Despite everything, Sam found himself taking a nervous step back. Jengar wasn't in any place to react. It was just him and the marauder. They stood off, facing one another from less than a yard away. No, the marauder said. I'm not going down this easily. I'll end everything here, I'll recatch your dumb Pokémon, and then I'll... Through the lenses, Sam could see the man blink. Coming from right behind Sam, Mischievous rocketed forth. Despite having stayed back all this time, she was not going to let someone threaten Sam and get away unpunished. Fueled by everything, she put her all into this move. And right in front of her face, a shadowy mass formed. Instead of merely flopping out, her shadow ball slammed right into the marauder's chest. That was the last strike needed. The man simply couldn't take it anymore. The move sent him falling back, and he fell to the ground, his world a daze of pain. Mischievous. You did it. You saved us, Sam said. Mischievous looked Sam in the eye, smiled, and then she fell. Sam was just barely able to catch her in time as she had truly put everything she had into her move. She wasn't quite asleep, but she was definitely unconscious. Thank you. Let's go back, Sam said softly. They had finally managed to win. With the fight finished, Sam went through the last few things he needed to get through. He checked each dark ball to make sure they were empty, then he placed them on a stone to stomp on them and break them in half. The iron-masked marauder himself was in no position to resist, so Sam also searched his body, found any hidden electronics, and broke all of those, too. There was a point in which the marauder seemed to be about to wake up, but that was when Jengar stepped in, finally having recovered after writhing on the ground. He was tired after being so consumed by the dark ball's all-encompassing energy, but he was still able to pull up the man's mask and subject him to a hypnosis. And then they were walking back, with Sam carrying the resting Mischievous in his arms and with Jengar dragging the unconscious marauder over the forest floor. If the poacher ever bounced off a rock or a root in his sleep, neither of them said anything, and neither of them acted like they noticed. You were frightening, Sam said. You made me creep through a dark forest just to avoid you. You know how hard my heart was hammering in my chest? And I had to ignore all of that just to hope you wouldn't detect me. Jengar blushed. Congratulations on your evolution. I'm sorry the rest of the team isn't here to celebrate it, but I'll say this: your evolution means you have got to be strong. Think about it like this: you were keeping up with everyone as a haunter. You were part of an 8-star team. Sure, we were at the bottom of 8 stars, but we were still at 8 stars. And now, since you've evolved. Sam let his voice trail off to let the implications settle in. A Pokémon's evolution came with an increase in power, and Jengar had already been strong when he was a haunter. Jengar ended up gaining a body-wide smile. It was honestly something straight out of a nightmare, but Sam didn't feel any fear. He just felt pride. I'm sorry that your evolution happened because of some jerk's Pokeball. Sam paused when he definitely didn't hear someone bounce off of a rock. But it was only the last little bit you needed to evolve. It also means you've unconsciously gained experience with some wild stuff. If I'm remembering right, a Jengar can learn Haze, and that move could eliminate all stat changes on a field. In other words, if someone tried to set up against Sam's team, Jengar would be the perfect answer. Sam continued to chat, speaking lightly with his friend while they dragged the iron-masked marauder back. With the criminal's defeat, they'd done it. Celebi wouldn't be captured, and now he could use that as a favor to make it help. At any moment, they'd be back in the clearing, and Sam could point out everything he'd done to help Celebi. Therefore, in exchange, Celebi would have to help him. He could prevent Mischievous from spending decades on her own in the past, and then Sam could be sent back to his team. But there was also everyone else. Ash. Sammy. Richard. There'd be more to it. But right now, Sam just needed to return, and Sam just needed to share the news that they had won. It didn't take long to walk back through the forest, especially since Jengar was no longer trying to chase after him. Honestly, Sam was surprised at how deep they'd gone. When avoiding his ghost type, he hadn't realized just how far Mischievous had fled. Soon, in the distance, Sam could see the first hint of light peeking through where the trees had been destroyed. He might have taken a longer, rougher path with the unconscious marauder dragging behind him, but he wasn't going to say anything. Neither was Jengar. Finally, Sam stepped into the late morning sun, and he was ready to reunite with everyone else. Jengar didn't bother to hide, and Mischievous was still comfortably sleeping in his arms. Sam started to walk around those 4 fallen trees to return to everyone else and end this whole mess. But his pace slowed ever so somewhat. For some reason, he swore he could still hear the sounds of a fight. Drastically increasing his speed, Sam rushed to one corner of that makeshift battlefield. He turned to check that the marauder was still unconscious behind him the man was, and then he checked to make sure he really was seeing an ongoing battle on the other side of the fallen tree. A tauntingly familiar voice echoed out. Ha! You kids aren't going to defeat me. Give up Celebi. With its power, I'll be able to take Team Rocket all for myself. What? How? Sam rubbed his eyes. Gengar was staring. Between the two of them, Sam was confident he was really seeing exactly what he saw. In the dead center of the clearing, Richard and Sammy looked utterly exhausted. Their team members were all barely standing up around them. Countless Pokémon lay fainted on the ground, but Ash was still standing tall, and his Pikachu's cheeks crackled with the electricity of an electric type ready to continue a fight. They both faced that Tyranitar. Terrifyingly, it looked as healthy as ever. And behind that Tyranitar was the iron-masked marauder himself, standing with his arms crossed and with a mocking grin on his face. How? Sam hissed. He wanted to step forward and push his way into the clearing, but a green face suddenly popped in next to him and Gengar. Its words stopped him in place. Me. The voice was a child's voice. Nondescriptive. Androgynous. Somehow high-pitched without containing a pitch, and Sam heard it in his head more than he heard it in his ears. Checking the Pokémon that had appeared between him and Gengar, he didn't need to spend more than an instant to recognize what it was. The voice of the forest, Sam growled. Celebi, not even blinking at Sam's harsh tone, sent him a mischievous grin and pointed to the battle taking place in the center. Wait, it said. Story continues. It took all of Sam's willpower not to reach out and strangle the Pokémon right there. Celebi was acting as if this was a mere game, nothing more than a show, but he couldn't do it. Not when it looked so healthy. Not when it was a legendary Pokémon. Not when an identical Celebi was floating above the center scene. I hate time travel, Sam groaned. Fun, came Celebi's reply. His anger gave way to flat frustration. He'd been defeated, and Celebi just maintained an infuriating smile. Though the final standoff was still ongoing in the center of the destroyed clearing, Celebi buzzed closer to Sam and held out a hand. Explain, it offered. I'm not even going to bother to ask why you can talk. Special, he heard it say. Sam ignored that. But if you're telling me that you'll give me answers, and if you promise to help Misdreavus. Promise. Then I wait, just like that. Just like that. He blinked. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. Not after everything else. Sending one last look over to Gengar, Sam could tell that his Pokémon's mischievous side meant Gengar was already convinced. Also, Misdreavus was too unconscious to comment, and no one cared about what the iron-masked marauder thought. So that just meant Celebi was waiting on Sam. It wanted him to make the choice. Fine, he said unhappily. He hated how that seemed to fill Celebi with glee. So, Sam grasped the legendary Pokémon's hand, and everything went black and white. With a simple flex of its will, he and everyone else on this side of the clearing utterly disappeared. Chapter 153. Sam was still behind that fallen tree, but he could only describe his presence as if he had taken a half-step left through reality. The world was black and white around him. Nothing moved, but he could still see, so he immediately threw any of his preconceptions about physics out the window. The sun might have been shining, but nothing else was moving past that. There was no breeze, no slight wave to the grass, and all forms of life lacked their usual animation. Also, there was a conspicuous lack of pressure on his arms. Misdreavus, he asked. Misdreavus was gone. So was the iron-masked marauder. Gengar was no longer behind him, and he wasn't in Sam's shadow, either. You. Celebi didn't even blink when Sam tore his head up to send it a glare. The legendary Pokémon was hardly paying attention to him, only watching the motionless scene taking place in the clearing before them. Follow. The legendary Pokémon then flew off ahead, and Sam had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. It had already promised him that it would help Misdreavus, and something deep in his gut was telling him that a promise from a legendary Pokémon meant something even if Celebi was just a mystical or whatever Richard kept trying to call it. Celebi ended up hovering above the dead center of the space between the fallen trees, drifting around where Ash and the rest faced off against the iron-masked marauder. Sam followed, and the trio of boys remained perfectly still even as Celebi poked at them. An identical yet moderately injured Celebi floated behind their heads. It was also perfectly still, but Sam somehow got the sense that it was merely playing along. Friends. Celebi said cheerfully. Sure, but you only like them because they saved you. You had to have only bonded over, What, last night? Well, sorry. I wasn't there. You see, I got separated because I went off to fight the iron-masked marauder on everyone else's behalf. Sam crossed his arms. Celebi looked at him just to stick out its tongue. Sour, it called him. One of Sam's eyes twitched. Looking over the motionless group before him, Sam couldn't say he knew Ash or even Sammy that well. He had talked to them a few times, but he'd either been focused on Celebi, dealing with his tumultuous thoughts, or trying to get a handle on Richard. His grandfather. The boy who would eventually raise him alongside his mother. Sam found himself stopping in front of the familiar young boy's face. Richard knelt on the ground, frozen in time, his body half covered in dirt and ash. Splinters from the trees had caught onto the legs of his pants. He'd likely taken a few falls, but he glared at the marauder with such a defiance on his face that his true hatred of the man was bared so that the whole world could see. Now that I'm looking, I'm surprised no one saw the resemblance. I can see a few parts of his face that look like my mom's, and I bet there are other parts that look like mine. Reedy would have noticed. His team members would have noticed. But none of them were here right now. Sam sighed, picked himself back up, and glanced over to Celebi. The legendary Pokémon had paused in front of Ash. Special, it said. So what did you want to show me, exactly? I figure you didn't pull me away from everyone just to show these three off. Celebi blinked, bringing itself away from Ash, and then it smiled at Sam and flew over to the iron-masked marauder. Though the poacher and that threatening Tyranitar remained frozen, Sam still gave them a wide berth. And, as he moved around them, reality changed to adjust to what he saw. As if walking to the other side of a flat painting, a shape unfolded into existence above and behind the iron-masked marauder. A body covered in purple fur caught his attention, and Sam realized he was looking at a Jengar. His Jengar. Jengar's hands gripped the sides of the iron-masked marauder's head. Possession, Sam mumbled, identifying the effect. I always knew ghost types could do that, but I never thought. Ugh. It's nasty. He shivered. Needed help. Celebi said cheerfully. Story continues. It gave the motionless Jengar a firm nod, but Sam just sent the legendary Pokémon a flat look. Celebi had told Sam it would explain, but at this point, its lack of comprehensive answers was getting annoying. At least, it saw his unsatisfied expression and replied with a huff. No fun. Hey, I'm not the one separated from his friends and then told one of them would be subjected to decades of solitude. He paused for dramatic effect. Oh, wait. I am. Celebi stuck out its chin at him, but Sam didn't look away, challenging it to prove him wrong. Without backing down for even an instant, he eventually managed to cause the legendary Pokémon to slump in the air. Sorry. Had to, Celebi chimed. Then tell me, why was this necessary? Why drag me away from my team? And why did you need Jengar to possess him? We already won, but twice now. You said the story had to continue. Why, and what story? What's even the point? Realizing he had started to yell, Sam exhaled through his nose, cutting his shouts off to force himself to calm down. Honestly, the perfect stillness of the world around him was putting him on edge. It was unnatural in a way that even ghost types couldn't match. But as his onslaught of questions came to an end, Celebi looked at him, and it seemed to truly do so rather than just sending him a smirk as if to brag about a prank. For a second, its large eyes wavered. From its wobbling expression, Sam could tell there was a genuine guilt there, and he almost felt bad for his testiness. Almost. Story is, time, Celebi said while struggling to speak in its halting, childlike voice. Time is always, story. First story. Not good. Did not like first story's end. Sam remained quiet for a moment. My grandfather mentioned that, he said, almost whispering. Richard, I mean. He told me what would have happened without us, what was supposed to happen without us. So then, based on what he told me, all of that really happened? And you set all of this up because you knew that you would die. Not happened. Never happened. Celebi replied cheerfully. And now live. Through trick. Story changed can wiggle. Will be big show. It spiraled up into the air, lifting an arm at its peak. It flexed as if to brag, using a hand to pat at a muscle that wasn't really there. So all of this, Sam said, his voice lowering. It's all been just a big show? You threw us through time and forced Misdreavus to suffer just because you didn't want to die. Celebi opened its mouth as if it wanted to continue to brag, but then Sam's words seemed to truly settle in. Its expression fell once again, and it slumped down in the air even further than before. Sorry. Sam could understand why it had done this, but that didn't mean he was happy about its methods. As he stood there, basically stewing in place, Celebi flew down to try to rub its cheek against his face, attempting to cheer him up. However, Sam just waved it away, not wanting to be comforted. At this point, the only comfort he wanted was the comfort of having all of his problems end. But why me? Sam asked, looking back up at Celebi. Why all of this? And why my grandfather? He said he was from elsewhere. Another world. If you planned all of this, did you make that happen, too? Celebi cocked its head to the side, staring at Sam to observe his reaction. Wanted to, it said. You or him? Him. Did he know? No. So then you were the one to bring him? Yes. No. Yes. Someone else fell. Sneaky. Grab when not looking. Brought here instead. Celebi gained another cheeky smile, proud of its heist of a lifetime. Sam had to genuinely take a moment when he heard that, falling back to sit on the splinter-covered ground. Thankfully, since the world was frozen, the destroyed terrain didn't stab into him or his clothing. He still pressed down on it, but there was no effect. Neither he nor the world seemed able to interact with one another while outside normal time. Slowly, Sam breathed in. Then, he let a long exhale out. So the new Pokédex. Spoilers. And Misdreavus. A-win-ce. Will you at least tell me how this all ends? He looked up at Celebi, searching for an answer. So far, an onslaught of questions had earned him an onslaught of revelations, but nothing else had been going on. Yet now, after everything else, Celebi regained its smile. It buzzed down to hover directly in front of where Sam sat. More, it said. Show you. It then held out its hand, giving him the chance to grab on. Sam stared at it for a long time before letting out a final sigh. Screw it. And upon grabbing it, he was then whisked away, far, far up into the sky. The world regained its colors, and he witnessed a flurry of movement below. Ash beat the Marauder. Somehow, his Pikachu managed to defeat the Marauder's Tyranitar in a suitably dramatic fashion, of course. Gengar fled from the clearing without anyone noticing, and Sam watched another Celebi appear in the woods just to whisk him away. In the clearing itself, things did not progress well. Sammy collapsed, exhausted to the point of injury, and the Celebi from before inspected him even as Richard screamed. When Celebi the one Sam was with mentioned a show, Sam did not expect one like this. But the Celebi in the clearing seemed to come to a decision, and Sam could only watch the entire world rewind. Fallen trees pulled themselves back up. Splintered wood merged with where it had broken off. Leaves reattached to where they had been blasted away, and a dirty brown faded to be replaced by the forest's vibrant green. But it came at a cost. The rewind was not an act easily done. At the end of it, the injured Celebi had no more energy left. It looked withered and practically ancient. When Ash carefully picked up its fallen form, it almost seemed as if the Celebi would crumble in his arms. Through the gaps between the forest's trees, the wild Pokémon slowly returned. They took one look at the exhausted group and gestured for everyone to follow, beginning to lead everyone away. Richard carried Sammy. Ash carried Celebi. The iron-masked Marauder was dragged behind them, unconscious. As they walked, both still conscious boys wore serious yet mournful expressions. From where he was being held in the sky, Sam tried to ask a question, but he found that his voice didn't work. In an instant, reality flashed, and then he was above that lake from before. Its crystal-clear waters stretched out beneath him, and both boys placed who they were carrying into the waters below. Sammy healed. Something about the water allowed him to regain his energy, though Sam couldn't see exactly how due to a sudden, dense fog. It wasn't the same for the Celebi, however. Floating on the lake's surface, it stayed just as withered as it had been before. Why? Sam asked. He was surprised to hear his voice work. Now, came Celebi's simple reply. The show it had mentioned had not been a reference to what happened before. Instead, from nowhere, motes of light appeared just to float up into the sky, and the clouds themselves seemed to peel apart. From within, Celebi of all kinds poured out, and the withered body rose just for its eyes to creak open for one last smile. Of course, this story had to have its happy ending, and the mass of Celebi commanded the light to surround the withered member of their species. The legendary Pokémon became obscured from view, and when the light dimmed, it was seemingly healthy again. It had enough energy to cry out its name, zip down to the shore, and everyone began celebrating its apparent return to life. But Sam had his suspicions. The light show had simply been too much. Celebi began to bring him back down into the forest, and he caught the briefest sight of a tearful goodbye taking place. Richard kept sending glances to Sammy. He couldn't just leave him. Despite everything, he seemed to choose to return home regardless of any of his previous desires, and he started to look around. Unfortunately, he was searching for someone who wasn't there. "So you were brought back?" Sam asked once they touched down on the forest's floor, a suspicious tinge to his voice. Celebi could sense Sam's doubts, and it shook its head to admit to the negative. "Then what happened?" "Was me. Future me," it answered. "Swapped twice. Wanted to see friends one last time." Above the trees, the light of all the Celebi swirled together as each one began to return home. However, as he watched the many time travel Pokémon disappear, Sam had a realization. Despite all of the individual differences, and despite all of the differences in behavior, the Celebi he was witnessing here were not unique. They were less of a species and more of a variation of a single Pokémon. There was no such thing as a Celebi. There was only one Celebi. You swapped yourself out twice, Sam realized. Once to replace your injured self with your oldest self, and then once more to fake being brought back. Yes. This was the moment your plan was for. You needed to give yourself just enough wiggle room to pull off that swap. Yes. Sam looked up at Celebi, truly looked up at Celebi. Instead of glaring at it in hatred, he did his best to gather as much understanding as he could. It existed outside time, and it could influence time. It could see the potential of the future and then adjust accordingly. Though there were clear limitations to that, he could also tell that its influence meant it could ensure certain people and Pokémon would meet. "One last question. And please, just give me the answer," Sam said tiredly. "Mischievous. Why would you do that to her?" "Planned it. So you thought you could be friends? As a payment?" Sam said incredulously, his voice increasing in volume. "After all of this, you saw some lonely Pokémon, wanted to pay me back for my help, and thought you could do that by putting her on my team?" "No. Yes. No. She. You had Mischievous suffer for years," Sam yelled. "She wandered the Ilex forest for decades. And even now, you're manipulating things. There was a reason she wasn't there when you pulled me out of time, hey." Celebi was unable to look Sam in the eyes. He could tell it had wanted to brag, but now, his words wouldn't let it. He had promised Mischievous that he would help. Now, he had to make sure Celebi would do the same. "Help her?" Sam demanded. "You promised." "Can't." Story continues. Time doesn't change. "So this is how it ends?" he asked. "So this is how it was always supposed to happen? You get what you want. I get Mischievous on my team. And since that pays your debt, and since we're apparently fine in the future, you also get a clear conscience. So it doesn't matter that Mischievous's reward is to be alone for years." He shut his eyes when he realized his voice was cracking, but then he opened them back up just so he could stare. Unrelenting, he waited for Celebi to act. It still refused to look at him, but he refused for this to be the end. "No. That isn't going to happen," Sam said, his voice low. If you send me back without doing anything for Mischievous, I'll fight you. For every year you make her suffer, I'll make your home suffer 10 times over. I promise you. Unless you help her, I will burn the Ilex forest to the ground." His gaze was even, and he did his best not to crack. Celebi finally looked up at him, its eyes went wide, and he did his best to hold a shaky stare. Sam tried to put everything into making sure it believed him. He felt as though he meant what he said, but honestly, with how bold his claim was, he only half believed his own words. "You do that?" Celebi asked. It then stared off into the distance. "You actually do that?" "I do." Sam blinked at it. "Yeah. I mean, of course I do. I told you, I promised, didn't I?" Despite his threat, Celebi didn't back away. And, despite the apparent fact that Sam could do something that awful in the future, Celebi just clutched its stomach and started to laugh. Leaning back, it bellowed out its name, and it almost looked like it was struggling to breathe from just how hard it was laughing. "You," it managed to squeak out through its giggles. "Follow through. Mean it. Would destroy Celebi's home." "Of course," Sam said, crossing his arms to feign as much confidence as he could. "I'd do anything for my team." And with that statement, the legendary Pokémon wiped its eyes. "Okay. We'll help. For a good friend." Just like that. "Yup." It smiled. "Have wiggle room. Can use. And needed to check." Without explaining anything else, Celebi brought up its arms, and the world suddenly changed around Sam. Seasons flashed by, and the trees grew and shifted. He found himself back where Celebi had first brought him away, where he had first woken up in the forest, but it wasn't Sam who was coming to this time around. Instead, in the same spot he had first pulled himself off the ground, Misdreavus rose into the air. She blinked rapidly to regain her bearings and then looked around. When she saw no one was with her, her expression fell. In reality, Sam was only a few feet away, but Celebi had done something to ensure he wouldn't be seen. He opened his mouth to speak even though he knew he wouldn't be heard. But he changed his mind about what he was going to say when he saw something flutter to the ground. "You're cruel," he said to Celebi. "I am not." He sent it a look as Misdreavus stared at the piece of paper on the forest floor. Sammy's sketch was face up, prominently displaying that drawn moment of her and Sam laughing. Water touched the corners of Misdreavus's eyes. Quickly using her telekinesis to store that sketch in her hair, Misdreavus took off, determined to find where Sam had gone. Given that she had fallen unconscious, her last memory had to be of her using Shadow Ball to take out the iron-masked marauder. She had likely felt Sam pick her up, but past that, she had been too out of it to tell what was going on. From there, Sam could only watch as time passed, but he didn't get to experience any of it. He was simply a passive observer as Misdreavus tore through the woods, weaving between and through the trees, checking the stream, checking her home, and checking every possible place they had visited when Sam was traveling south. But there was nothing. There weren't even footsteps in the dirt from where Sam had walked. Was this really? Sam let his voice trail off when he saw Misdreavus yawn. Ghost types didn't need to sleep. They could, but their rest tended to be closer to a form of torpor more than anything else. But here, bereft of options, the exhausted Misdreavus found a small nook to settle into, and then she closed her eyes and went still. Above her head, something new popped into existence. Another Celebi, the same one yet separate, came into being right above where she slept. It looked directly to where Sam and Celebi were watching, and it sent them a wink. The Celebi next to Sam waved in reply. Drifting downward, the new Celebi tapped Misdreavus's head, and the world changed around her. Seasons passed. Years came and went. Misdreavus woke up, not yet in Sam's time, but now conscious a significant number of years sooner. Needed first moment, Celebi said next to Sam. Important. Defining. Rest. Like dream. Misdreavus would wonder, but she had a dazed look on her face. There was a loneliness to her expression, but she also wasn't fully there. She would spend a while searching, but she would always float down to rest after a while, and then a new Celebi would appear. With a tap to her head, that condition would be maintained, and then another set of years would slip by. How long is her search? Sam asked. Months, Celebi answered. Not decades, Sam came to understand. So does she truly experience this? Will she remember this? Only as much as dream. The feelings were there. The vestiges of an experience were there. But what she actually went through? Nowhere as extreme. This might have been better, but she was still alone. Sam could never be happy about what she had to go through. Still, Celebi let him stay as he was. He experienced no passage of time, and though Misdreavus could not see him, he made sure to stay with her for every second of her search. I'm still not happy about this, Sam said. I don't appreciate how you still subjected Misdreavus to all of this time on her own. Celebi didn't blink. But at least, he awkwardly rubbed his head. Thank you for minimizing it. No choice, Celebi said. Must have search. Otherwise, how meet? Eventually, the time came. One day, when unconsciously wandering through the woods, another celebi appeared behind Mistrevis's head. With one last tap, the celebi broke Mistrevis out of her dreamlike state, and it made a noise to have her immediately snap around in surprise. It vanished before she saw it, but that turn meant she was facing the right direction. She was in the perfect position to hear a certain noise. Voices. And with that, Mistrevis rushed off, eager to meet Sam. Behind her, fluttering out of her hair was that same sketch from before. Sam slowly walked over to pick it up. From here, we meet, and all of this starts, he said quietly, staring at the sketch. After that first misunderstanding, she gets the chance to join my team and actually be happy for once. But then again, at some point in her future, she'll also make sure that I'm sent back to meet her in the first place. He paused. Hold on. If this is all a circle, which of us? Me, Celebi said. Of course, Sam replied sarcastically. Can't have a paradox when you exist outside time. He didn't have the energy to put much meaning behind his words. He just stared at the yellowed sketch of him and Mistrevis laughing on the forest floor. At this point, it seemed like it had happened ages ago. Yet, from his perspective, less than 2 days had passed. He pocketed the drawing and looked up at Celebi. It was finally time for all of this to reach its end. So what's next? He asked. You bring me back to my team? I hope you aren't going to have Jengar wander, too. We'll be in shadow. Celebi replied cheerfully. But payment, first. Payment? This didn't count. Not payment for you, it said, shaking its head. Payment is for him. And Sam froze, not due to Celebi's influence, but due to his realization that something was behind it. He was unable to do anything as Celebi drifted to the side. There, growing out of the forest floor, was yet another one of those vine archways. It had always been there. Was always there. Will always be there. But this time, Sam couldn't see the forest through it. There was no trick to its opening like the time he had fallen through. No, it was an entrance, and he saw a hallway, sterile and white, stretching out toward a door. A sound echoed out. It was one that had haunted his nightmares for years. Beep. 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 It was slow. Consistent. Medical. No, Sam whispered. Not like this. But he willingly walked through the archway anyway. He remembered this hallway. He'd never been able to forget it. He wasn't in Ilex. He wasn't in Johto. This wasn't even Dewford, but Petalburg. After all, Petalburg had a proper city. It was the only place with the most advanced facilities they could reach in time. Around him, people in white uniforms hurried through the hallway even as Sam walked past. Despite the rush of their duties, their pace had been slowed to a glacial crawl. Not one ever looked at him, and he didn't look back. His gaze never left that far door. When he reached it, a label plastered to the door's front stated a name, and a boy and his Cyndaquil slept in a chair to the door's side. Sam knew what they were waiting for. They wanted to hear the good news that would never come. He let his hand grip that cold, metal handle, and he wasn't sure how long he stood there. But he couldn't wait forever. He braced himself and entered a room full of whirring, unfeeling machines. A pair of eyes opened when the door creaked. Behind them, a man in a bed smiled. A voice that Sam had not heard in years spoke to greet him. Samuel, it said. And only one, shaky word left Sam's mouth in reply. Grandpa. Chapter 154. When your mom first came to me and told me she was pregnant, I was shocked. She was young, but she wanted a child, and she told me she didn't want her kid to grow up on their own. She wanted her son to have a family, an entire family, so after years of silence, she reached out, and she eventually joined me to settle in Dewford town. She always talked about all these great plans she had for you. She had so many potential names, too. I can't say I remember all of them, but I jokingly offered up Samuel one day. It wasn't until weeks later that I learned that was the name she chose. The man in the bed laughed to himself, though his laughs quickly gave way to wheezing coughs under his breathing mask. It was honestly a miracle he was managing to stay awake. He looked so thin, and Sam's memories of these events were not pleasant. They had found him in his home after a heart attack, and it'd been so long since he'd seen a doctor that all of his underlying health conditions meant. No. It's not worth thinking about that. Slowly, Sam sat in a chair that had been placed next to his grandfather. His grandfather, head resting on a pillow, turned to look at him. He placed a hand on Sam's and squeezed. Sam knew it was meant to be reassuring, but there was hardly any of the pressure to it, unlike his usual grip. I didn't think much of it at the time, his grandfather continued, gaze locked onto Sam. The name Sam isn't uncommon, especially not Samuel. Not when there's someone so famous named exactly that making waves out there. No, my reasoning was the same as so many others, but it was truly just a coincidence. Your birth was the second happiest day of my life, right after your mother's, of course. But, more than anything else, I was just happy to have a family again. His grandfather's gaze drifted away from Sam, and his expression slowly fell. Then, your father passed. And so did so many of my Pokémon. I stopped taking care of myself, but I did everything in my power to take care of my daughter and you, his grandfather said. And then, coincidences began to build up. I got a little suspicious. It wasn't until you were 7 and you started asking me about the ghost type that I finally put together the clues. Sam's throat felt dry. Every breath he took caused his body to shake. He stared at the form of his grandfather, still alive, even as his grandfather turned his head to look right into his eyes. Hi, Sam, Richard Greyson, Sam's grandfather, said. Gah. I really was a little prick back then, wasn't I? Grandpa, Sam choked out. His words were met with a laugh. Oh, none of that. His grandfather waved a hand. Why do you have to look so sad? It's me. Your grandfather. You're old man. His grandfather's tired face curved up into a grin, and despite everything going on, Sam let out an empty laugh. In the background, the machines quietly hummed, and the consistent beat of a heart monitor pulsed through the air. Why didn't you tell me? Sam whispered. Tell you what? That you knew me. That you're from another world. Oh, that. His grandfather smacked his lips. Wasn't important. Didn't make sense to bring it up. There was a lot going on, even back then. Sam sent his grandfather a look, the same look he always sent the man whenever he was being too vague. His grandfather saw that, and just like how he reacted to so many things, he simply chose to let out a loud, belly-deep laugh. Come on, now. You're taunting me even here. But Sam kept it up, and his grandfather's smile faded away. Eventually, he breathed out, faced the ceiling, and let his head sink into his pillow. It took a full minute for him to talk again. I didn't want to overcomplicate things, his grandfather said quietly. I wanted you and your mother to be happy. It didn't make sense to bring it up. It's easier to keep things simple, and I thought that if I never said anything, you would never have to go through all of that. Guess I was wrong. He barked out a laugh. And Mom? Sam asked. What about her? Does she know? The pause was slight, but it was definitely there. No. Not completely, I think. She has her hints I wasn't exactly the usual father, I'd say. I suspect she suspects, but she never approached me, and I didn't say anything. Knowing her, her logic was probably the same as mine. She didn't want to complicate things. I think she just wanted to enjoy her family and her home. Sam quietly nodded. He didn't know what to say. He wasn't sure if he could speak, and how was he supposed to? Having a second chance to talk had never been in his plans. His grandfather had always been hearty. The man was jolly in more ways than one. He was a solid oak of a person, but that oak had withered. Right now, he looked weak. I remember, way back when, I once told you I'd answer any questions you'd give me, his grandfather said quietly. I guess I never put a limit on that, did I? So how about we continue here? He grinned. Rubbing his eyes, Sam did his best to nod, and it took him a bit to figure out what questions he wanted to ask, what questions he needed to ask. Professor Oak, Sam said, settling on that topic even as much as he hated it. Why did he never reach out to us? Even someone who said they were your friend, Dr. Hale, was surprised you had passed. What happened to all of them? Ah. Really decided to hit home with that question, hey. His grandfather's smile became more strained. Truth is, we haven't talked in years. Most of the people I know are from Kanto. We exchanged a few letters after I moved to Dewford, but outside that. His voice trailed off. I guess we just got too busy. Didn't bother to keep in contact. He didn't look at Sam. He almost seemed ashamed. But Sam could tell it was more than that. He had grown up with the man. He could always tell when his grandfather lied. "Grandpa," Sam said, voice and look serious. When his grandfather's eyes flicked over to him, the old man sighed. "All right. You got me. Your old man wasn't telling the complete truth," he said. "Yes, we fell out of contact, but it isn't their fault. I just stopped. I was worried. I didn't." His body shook when he breathed in. "I remember what happened in the ilex forest that day. Nothing went to plan. With so much of the forest being destroyed, and with Sammy getting hurt. I didn't want to risk it. I knew how it was meant to go. After all, my world? My old one? It knew quite a bit about this one, but those were just stories. Yet all those stories had happy endings. I didn't want to ruin that. So you cut yourself off," Sam concluded. "You didn't want to spread butterflies. It was one of the reasons I was so resistant to letting your mother go out on her journey, and that cost me years of her life," he said mournfully. "Sam. I know how much you looked up to me, but I'm sorry to say your old man's a coward." He laughed, but his laughter lacked any sign of joy. Sam looked over his grandfather. He could tell just how little energy the old man had left. Even just talking was taking a lot out of him, but saying that? He looked as though he had just taken a blow to his chest. "You're not a coward," Sam said. His grandfather opened his mouth to try to deny that, but Sam kept talking. "Back then, you never hesitated. You always threw yourself into action. Were you dumb? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you never once followed through with any plan. But that doesn't change what you did. It doesn't change your decisiveness. At every chance you got, you stepped forward. Even though you told me you had selfish goals, you always worked solely to protect your friends." Sam did not hesitate. He stared his grandfather in the eye, pouring every ounce of meaning into his words. And to that, his grandfather's lower lip shook. He seemed like he wanted to say something, anything, but he instead brought up a shaking arm to wipe the tears out of his eyes. Thank you, Sam. I think I've been waiting my whole life to hear that." "Do you?" "I have one more question." The room was quiet. Even the machine seemed to pause. "The new Pokédex was in your attic," Sam said. "Who sent it to you?" For a long time, his grandfather was silent. He did not respond. He only stared, unblinking, at Sam. For a second, Sam almost started to worry that had been it, but then the slightest of smiles returned to his old man's face. "No one," his grandfather said. "What?" "But it was wrapped up in a mail. I wrote it." Sam choked. "The new Pokédex was. I suppose it was a hope of mine. Some secret desire to make an impact, even as foolhardy as I thought that was. See, I didn't exactly come here empty-handed. I had a device on me from my old world. Jolt helped keep it charged, and I had downloaded this application filled to the brim with knowledge on all things Pokémon. But those kinds of devices don't last forever, and I didn't have the know-how to repair it nor the willingness to give it to someone who did," he continued. "So one day, I sat down, and I spent a few weeks recording everything it had. Not everything, but everything about Pokémon. I hoped that. I'm not sure. I hoped that when I sent it off, maybe something good would happen for once." "You said you were afraid of spreading butterflies," Sam whispered. "I was. And even now, I'm not sure why I did that." Sam let his grandfather's words sink in. "So that's why it's so detailed," he mumbled. "Because it has otherworldly information. And that's also why there was nothing about legendary." "What?" His grandfather fought to sit up. "No, I included information on legendary Pokémon. They weren't in it." His grandfather stared at him in disbelief until understanding seemed to light up his tired eyes, and he then let out a short laugh. "Oh! I see. He really..." He then laughed even harder, with the sound eventually developing into coughs. "Who did you send it to?" Sam asked, leaning closer. "If you don't know, then I'm not going to tell you. That's something I'll leave you to figure out," his grandfather said with a smirk. "So. Other than that, any further questions for your old man? Maybe just why you kept thinking I'd recognize your name?" The response to that was amusement. Something glimmered in his grandfather's eyes. The smirk on his face spoke of Sam falling for a prank that his grandfather had forgotten he'd even made. My name? Ha! It was a bit of a joke to myself. I was in a new world, so I wanted a new me. I chose a name from a comic book I liked the character. I thought he was cool. And, I suppose looking back on it, I thought I could leech off those jokes about him having a great... He interrupted himself with a more purposeful cough this time around. But it's more that I appreciated the character's backstory, he said quickly. I wanted to be the same as him, someone able to strike off on his own and succeed. So your name isn't Richard Greyson? Sam asked. His grandfather shook his head. At this point, it is my name. After all, it's the name I've gone by my whole adult life. And if I try to remember what I used to be called, I can't. His eyes briefly lost their focus. I'm just me. I'm Richard Greyson. And then he laughed at the joke Sam didn't get. For a while, Sam just sat there. He didn't have anything else to ask, and his grandfather's hand still rested on his own. What else was he supposed to say? What else was he supposed to bother him with? Was he supposed to talk about Celebi, or was he supposed to warn his grandfather about his impending? Now then, his grandfather said, interrupting Sam's train of thought. That's enough about me. What about you? I can tell it's been a bit. What have you been up to? Give me all of the spoilers. Sam had to wipe his eyes. His grandfather did his best to lean in. Me? I finally started my journey. You did? With Cyndaquil. Yet. Do you want to hear about it? A brilliant smile crossed his grandfather's face. Of course I do. You're my grandson. I want to hear about everything you've been up to more than anything else. Finally, Sam laughed, truly laughed, feeling a weight in his chest that he didn't know he had completely disappear. He didn't wait, he went right into it. With such an eager audience, he spoke of all the wonderful Pokémon on his team, all of the amazing people he'd met, and all of the incredible adventures they'd had together. Sam talked to his grandfather through the rest of the night. When Sam emerged back in his camp, he stepped out of the bushes with Gengar hiding in his shadow. The newly evolved Pokémon stayed in the darkness, and Sam silently took in the scene taking place before him. It was a standoff. Annilope stayed in place but was raging, barely keeping his anger under control. Drawcloak was at his side, violently snapping her head at the two Pokémon in front of her while doing her best to resist lashing out. Opposite to them, Typhlosion was trying her hardest to persuade them to stay back. All the while, Mismagius floated behind her. There were tears in the ghost-type's eyes, but Mismagius didn't seem to be fully there. Her gaze was unfocused, and Sam could tell she was lost in memory. Yet, despite how torn up she looked, there was a hardness to her expression, as if she was forcing herself to accept that she had done what needed to be done. The only Pokémon not involved in this were Trevenant and Dreepy, who stood and floated off to the side, watching the exchange. Above, without Gengar leading them, the Ghastly were divided. They either supported or hated Mismagius's decision. Shadows writhed with the horde split in two. So focused on the argument taking place, none of the Pokémon noticed Sam step into the campsite. They all shouted at each other, barely resisting using their moves, and the archway in the back was completely gone at this point. It had never truly been there, after all. But, eventually, out of all of the Pokémon here, only one noticed Sam's presence. A surprised squeak pierced through the air, and Dreepy shot over to slam into his chest. It's nice to see you, too, Sam said. He smiled as he hugged the small dragon type. He made sure to rub Dreepy's head, and the tiny Pokémon let out purrs. Immediately, the standoff went completely and utterly still, and above them all, every single Ghastly turned their head. The swarm of unevolved ghost types didn't wait to rush Sam excitedly, but before they could spiral in a storm around him, darkness exploded out from beneath Sam's feet. Gengar had to dramatically show off his evolution, after all. With that, just about every Ghastly cried out in celebration. Likely, 4 miles away, anyone nearby would have had shivers sent down their spine. And, things weren't done there. Sam had to force himself to say nothing when several of the Ghastly proceeded to glow. It seemed that the few ready to evolve had been waiting just for him. With the swarm of Ghastly and newly evolved Haunter now being properly distracted by Gengar's brags, Sam was able to bring his gaze to the rest of his team, right toward the core members he had come here to train with. The haunting celebrations of the ghost types above their heads were almost musical, but the sound hardly mattered. Drawcloak looked like she wanted to collapse out of relief. Annilope breathed out, immediately pulling back on his rage to calm down. Trevenant nodded once, acting as if this was the only possible outcome, and Typhlosion looked as though she was about to cry. But Miss Magius. Poor, lonely, Miss Magius. Her gaze focused as she turned toward Sam, and her expression became what he could only describe as desperate hope. When he met her gaze, they both stared, only looking at one another from across the clearing. He smiled. "Hi, Miss Drevis," Sam whispered. "I'm back." Miss Magius burst into tears. Before anyone could do anything else, she rushed him, basically falling onto him. She draped her arms over his shoulders and let her head fall back as she let out everything at once, releasing a horrible wail. Sam hugged her just the same. "I'm sorry." Everyone but Typhlosion looked on, confused. "Everyone," Sam said, barely managing to speak even after he pulled away. "I can explain, but I want you to know that Miss Magius did what she had to do." He breathed in. "The important part is, I'm back, and I have a wild story to share with you. And more than that, more than anything else." For once, Sam felt truly confident. "And more than anything else," he continued. "I'm ready. I'm ready for anything the world throws at us. Come here. Let me explain, but also remember we have plenty of time. We'll be training as much as possible over the coming weeks, which means we have more than enough time to finish twice as strong as we started. So I promise you," Sam said, "once the season is over, we'll have the strength we need, and with that, we will win the conference." After all, even with everything Sam had gone through, only a handful of minutes had passed. He was back with his team. He was armed with information. And with that experience under his belt and all of the knowledge he had from his grandfather's new Pokédex, Sam knew in his heart that he and his team would sweep through any challenge sent their way. Chapter 155. The Silver Conference was Johto's biggest event. Tens of thousands of people would flood into Silver Town to witness its festivities. Even outside of the tournament, the town was going to be packed. There would be parties, vendor booths, shows, and other, smaller tournaments meant for trainers who hadn't gathered all 8 gym badges. Alternatively, there were a handful of competitions even smaller than those that consisted of fights with wild restrictions meant to twist battling in brand new ways. All of that had been taking place over the past week ever since the season had ended, and the preliminary rounds of the Silver Conference itself were yet to start. Last-minute sign UPS were actively going on, and the weekend's many battles were soon to begin. But even with all of that levity, Champion Lance was busy. Lance was exactly what his title called him, champion. He might have stood at the top, but the end of Johto's season meant many ongoing assignments had ended as well. As a result, he faced a river of paperwork being fed his way, and his attention was split between all of those reports, requests, and general approvals. It did not matter that he had done the same for Kanto's conference at the end of its season, not but a month prior. This was the same work but on another region's behalf, yet it wasn't truly another region, as Johto and Kanto carried the same level of priority in his heart. Lance was the champion for all of Indigo, and he had a duty to all of it instead of just one of its halves. He would have preferred to be in his office within the League's Indigo Plateau headquarters, but League policy mandated that the champion remain on site for any conference tournaments. Given the chaos that could start with so many high-level Pokémon in one place, he needed to be present in case of an emergency. And it was an emergency. At least, in his opinion. Because, for all intents and purposes, Indigo was at war. This was not a loud, violent war against another polity, nor was it a quiet war of improvement similar to the most recent one of the past. No, this was a slow, subtle fight against the insidious forces of Team Rocket. Lance might have been facing a veritable flood of paperwork, but it was all paperwork sent to him upon his own request. Half of these forms dealt with expeditions and reconnaissance jobs, with people being sent out to search for and hunt down any and all hints of Team Rocket. Other papers were reports sent to him from every city in Indigo. He had demanded that all crime be reported to his analysts and then passed to him, no matter how small that crime might have seemed on the surface. Was that excessive? Most likely. But he had sworn an oath to his home when he took on the mantle of the Indigo's champion. It was his mandate and purpose as a dragon-type master to protect those beneath him and crush anyone who would threaten their peace. Still, he would have welcomed a break, even something as work-like as a patrol. He longed to be on the back of one of his dragons, flying over a city and assisting in the hunt for crime. He yearned to be on the front lines, fighting Team Rocket with a squadron of ace trainers at his back. All criminals deserved to be behind bars, and his team members deserved to have the chance to stretch. Especially his most recently acquired partner, the third Dragonite, to join his team. Out of all of his Pokémon, it was the weakest, but it had a drive to be strong that was not seen in many other fighters. Claire had been right to send that Dragonite to him. Lance half daydreamed, half focused on his work, reading through the piles upon piles of paperwork needed to direct the ongoing war against Team Rocket. This tiny, Silver Town office felt cramped, but he ignored that discomfort to focus on a greater purpose. Soon, he would take on a far more ceremonial role once the conference properly started, but for now, its festivities were nothing more than muffled background noise coming in through his closed window. A nearly muted newscaster spoke of the conference's events at low volume through a nearby television. A knock came from his office's door. It took Lance only a second's debate to decide he'd welcome the unexpected meeting as a reprieve from all of this paperwork. "Enter," he said. Lance knew who was approaching him before his guest had even stepped into the room. Shadows seeped in through the gap under the door, peeking in and scanning their surroundings for threats. Only one gym leader had Pokémon that acted so independently, and only one type of Pokémon could behave with such intentions of subtlety. But Lance was perceptive. It only took him a single, sharp glare for those Pokémon to back off. Honestly, they should have known better than to enter a dragon's lair unannounced. "Champion Lance," Morty greeted as he closed the door behind him. "Apologies for the unexpected meeting, but I have some concerns to share with you about the schedule for the conference this year." "Ah." Lance placed down his pen and crossed his hands. Morty recognized the gesture as permission to sit, and he deposited himself onto the opposite chair. Neither spoke immediately. Lance took in the gym leader with a discerning look. Most would have backed down from a dragon's harsh gaze, but Morty did not turn away. Though respectful, he remained defiant. Good. There was a reason why Lance had accepted Morty's challenge against him. "If your concerns are about my recent adjustments to the conference's schedule, you do not need to worry," Lance said to his guest. "The changes to the conference will not see our battle rescheduled. The tournament will end on the expected date, and you will get your agreed-upon match once the finals have concluded." "I'm not here about that," Morty replied. Lance purposefully raised an eyebrow. "I'm here about the conference itself and not for anything about me," the gym leader continued. "You know how Ecruteak works. We celebrate our history. And because of that, I've been receiving some concerns about the conference's shift away from tradition. So it is not your concerns you wish to share, but the concerns of others." "Yes," Morty answered. Lance let out a scoff. "Politics," he said flatly. He got a chuckle out of Morty with that comment. Personally, Lance had also experienced concerns from the elders of the Blackthorn clan, but Lance was the champion. He had the right and purpose to make the changes he commanded. The Indigo Conference for Kanto's season had seen similar adjustments, but Kanto was less tied to its traditions. Also, Kanto's Indigo Conference historically followed a classic tournament schedule, so few had blinked when Lance greatly increased the number of its participants. However, Johto was not Kanto, as Lance had truly come to understand. Johto had its own set of beliefs and traditions, and what he had done had almost overstepped his bounds. Almost. But they were at war, so his choices had been necessary. For this year and this year alone, the conference had been changed away from Johto's usual standard. "Simply tell them that there is no need to worry," Lance said smoothly, his fingers interlaced. "The conference always experiences changes each year, there is precedent behind what I have done. While adjusting the size and format may seem major, it is not so in any way that matters. Assure them that the standard will return once this crisis is over. If I have my way, then that will be true next year." As it stood, the Silver Conference traditionally operated with only 48 competitors. The preliminary matches would see the conference's referees select the best of the best, and once those 48 were chosen, they would be further divided into 16 blocks of 3 to decide which one challenger would move on. The end result was a 16-person tournament meant to find the absolute most skilled trainer in Johto. Of course, with his changes, Lance was not doing any of that. "Sure. I understand what changes you've made and how the conference is going to proceed," Morty said, casually leaning back in his chair. "The problem is that people want answers. They want to know why you've made those changes this year." Lance sent him a mirthless stare. He thought the explanation was apparent, but that didn't seem to be true for everyone. "It's simple," Lance said. I need recruits, and modifying the tournament gives me a larger pool to draw from. Morty sent him a stare right back, but Lance just continued. This year, the Silver Conference will be a full, 256-person tournament. There will be no groups. No qualifiers. Only the preliminary rounds and the tournament itself. It will be greater than even Kanto's classic 128-person tournament. But it will maximize the number of competing trainers while also minimizing the number forced to sit out. The usual observers will be in place. Morty asked, curious. Of course, and in greater numbers. All standout trainers will receive an offer to enter the league's Ace Trainer Corps, Lance confirmed. So you're doing this to increase the number of trainers you can observe, Morty said with a hum. All of this to send out more offers and increase the number of Ace trainers under your command. It was risky. Desperate. But Lance had found he had no other choice. He would get his detractors, people claiming quantity over quality was a waste of funds, but right now, quantity was exactly what he needed. Team Rocket had existed for years without his knowledge, and the true extent of its corruption was becoming more and more apparent with each passing mission. Giovanni had already purged most of Kanto's Ace Trainer forces of Team Rocket infiltrators, but yet, the results have been dissatisfying. And there is something about his smile that I do not like. It sounded paranoid, but a gut feeling was telling Lance that he needed Ace trainers who were independent and operated directly under him. He had nothing motivating him to take this action save for that strange, almost out-of-place feeling, but his instincts were as honed as they were due to experience, and those instincts had carried him into his current role as champion. Even if he was wrong, which he desperately hoped, he was having more squadrons at his disposal would only help against Team Rocket, anyway. Alright. Wow. So this tournament is going to be the largest in not just years, but decades, Morty stated, pressing his knuckles to his chin. You know that handling 200 competitors is going to require over 200 battles, right? And don't think that I've missed how the conference will still only last 7 days. Lance did not blink. Yes. I know. So you're really going to have that many matches in such a short time? I am. But that's 8 rounds of battles for the winning trainer, drastically more than the usual 5, Morty pointed out. Lance did not shift out of his commanding posture, and Morty's words only reaffirmed his decision. Seeing the gym leader look so shocked, Lance let a confident smile pass over his face, and Morty went on to reply with an amazed yet disbelieving shake of his head. I can't believe you're actually... How many trainers do we have coming in? He asked. Combining all of the 8 batch trainers, the trainer school graduates, the permitted holdovers from last season, and the handful of seeded competitors, we'll have just over 400, Lance answered. Morty slumped in his seat and let his arms drape over its back. Lance could hear the sound of his fingers tapping echo from behind him. It's not going to just be a test, Morty said. It's going to be a crucible. Lance smiled. A crucible that will let us draw the best from the best. A test of not just skill and preparation, but also of stamina and strength. This year's conference will be a true challenge, one that tests how trainers pace themselves while balancing the threat of their opponents, and, all the while, they'll be dealing with the constant pressure of the tournament itself. More trainers than ever would compete, and more trainers than ever would fall. Countless people would be forced to face their limits and flaws, but Lance did not expect the best to come from the winners. He expected the best to come from the trainers who fought, lost, witnessed their mistakes, and then strove to correct them. For his purpose, Lance needed elites, not just the strong. Ace trainers were called ace trainers for a reason, and those were what he'd pull from here. This is certainly going to be an interesting tournament, Morty mused, turning in his chair to check the quiet television in the room. It certainly will, Lance said in reply, amused at Morty's continued astonishment. However, as he watched Morty stare at that television, he saw the faintest of grins cross the gym leader's face. When Morty had spoken, Lance had thought that the gym leader was merely interested in how the compressed schedule would influence the tournament. However, now that he was looking, Lance got the strangest sense that Morty was far more interested in witnessing something else. Or someone else, that is. Reedy ran down the conference's main road, and Silvertown's air was electric around her. Ever since the season had ended, a festival had been taking place. Tournaments had been going on. Trainers who had failed to earn all 8 badges were given a final chance to compete. Vendors and visitors crowded the streets, and banners of people and Pokémon, past winners and popular trainers, hung prominently in the air. But today was different. That same celebratory mood from the previous days still filled the city, but it was more infectious than ever. Because, in only a few short minutes, the very first preliminary matches of the conference would begin. Hundreds would be held over this weekend, dramatically shaving down the number of participating trainers to an amount more suitable for a large tournament. So many would fail, but so many would make it in. And just about everyone was desperate to see it all start. Reedy didn't need to worry about her match just yet because it wasn't scheduled until later today. However, she was getting frustrated at this point, and for a good reason. Despite a week having passed, Sam still wasn't there. She had run right out of the conference's massive, hotel-like Pokémon Center in what was effectively a mad dash. All challengers had been given the chance to stay there for free, with qualified trainers automatically having a room reserved, but Sam hadn't made an appearance there all week. So when Reedy charged down the main road, passing by the countless stalls and people, she furiously searched for her friend while running right toward where the conference's central arena towered over everything else. Dramatically, Mount Silver itself was an even greater giant that loomed behind it. Sam was supposed to be here the second the season was over. Reedy shouted, trying to speak loud enough to have her voice be audible over the bustle of the crowd. But it's been a full extra week. He was supposed to be here. I would have thought he'd come early. He would never pass up the chance to spy on people during the smaller tournaments. She heard a beeping noise come from behind her, not a proper beep, but a call that sounded like a bird trying to imitate a printer. Porygon, with their smoothed-over, evolved form, kept close to Reedy. They were locked in place only a foot away, and they looked almost just as concerned about Sam. Some passing trainers sent Porygon curious looks, but Reedy all but ignored them. Porygon might have been rare, but she wasn't hiding them. There were so many other things to look at that she wasn't worried. Also, she wanted people to think Porygon was her main Pokémon. Due to Bill's influence, more and more information about Porygon as a species was being spread around. It'd work better for her team if her first few opponents expected special moves. That would see them be bowled over by the rest of her team's physical strikes. Unfortunately, as much as Reedy ran, she wasn't able to find any familiar faces in the crowd. Porygon wasn't much help, and even the hidden tibia and fibula were struggling to do anything with the sheer number of people around them. But eventually, Reedy at least found something, and she skidded to a halt when a strange patch of shadows caught her attention. From within it, gemstone eyes stared out, and a Cheshire grin opened up just to fade away into the crowd. She ran after it. Shadows curled around and through people's legs, and Reedy ran after them with Porygon desperately trying to keep up behind. The computer-like Pokémon let out almost furious and panicked beeps, but Reedy kept up her fast pace all the way until she almost ran right into the person she was only half expecting to meet. Reedy. The familiar woman looked her up and down. It's so nice to finally meet you in person. A pair of hands cheerfully clapped together, and a woman with a certain, familial resemblance clasped Reedy's hand for a handshake. Sam's mother smiled. It's, nice to meet you too, Mrs. Greyson. Reedy said, dazed and doing her best not to mumble. Oh. This is Porygon. Porygon 2, specifically. Porygon, this is Mrs. Greyson. She's Sam's mom. As the woman smiled at her and Porygon, the pink and blue Pokémon let out a beeping quack. Behind the woman, that purple shadow from before climbed her clothes, and Sabai perched with his claws on her shoulder, hanging off her arm with a grin. It's nice to meet you as well, Porygon. Sam's mother exclaimed without even reacting to Sabai. And, please, just call me Amanda. Okay. Amanda, then. Do you know where Sam is? Reedy asked quickly. The woman blinked. A chime went off above their heads. From speakers hidden in poles along the main road, an announcement came on to inform the crowds that the first few preliminary matches were imminent. Well, the woman started, Sam hasn't contacted me just yet, and I was heading to the main arena to see if I could find him. How about we head there together, and we can ask around along the way to see if anyone saw him, Sounds good, Reedy said with a sigh. They started to move off, making their way toward that massive arena complex. They stopped every so often to ask a quick question to the vendors on the sides of the road, talking to the people trying to sell rare and expensive items like battle equipment, training aids, and even the occasional selection of TMS. By the way, Reedy said as they moved from one stand to the next. Does Sam know you're here? She saw the slightest of grins appear on Sam's mother's face. Turned out, part of Sam's mischievous side was genetic. He wasn't the only member of his family who appreciated a good trick. No, Amanda said cheekily enough, he doesn't know I made plans to show up. I told him that I'd be supporting him from home, but I caught a flight just so I could surprise him here. He really has no idea. Amanda's smile deepened. He truly doesn't. They were about to move to the next few stands over, but the eyes of a vendor behind them seemed to linger on Sabai. Something about seeing a ghost type made that person suddenly perk up. Wait, are you asking about Sam? The vendor called out, and both Reedy and Amanda stopped in place to pay attention. Do you mean Sam Greyson? The ghost type guy? I just talked to him. He's up first. In the preliminaries. Reedy rushed over and smacked her hands onto the young vendor's table, demanding a quick answer. Between them, rows of battle-ready charcoal rattled around, and a far-fetched practically sent her a leer. The vendor replied quickly and nervously. He said he was one of the last people to register, so that means he's up first. Something about the disadvantage of less time to prepare. I see. Thank you. As fast as she could, Reedy turned to rejoin Amanda and leave, and the boy wished them luck as they hurried off. Next to him, a young-looking Growlithe followed that up with a friendly bark that bid them farewell. With the information the boy provided, Reedy wanted to run, but she was forced to stay at a normal pace so as to not leave Sam's mom behind. Thankfully, they managed to enter the arena building without any trouble. They skipped the line, competitors and the families of competitors were allowed in for free. Due to coming in so late, they didn't exactly get a spot close to the arena, but they managed to get a pair of seats about halfway up, set right in front of a railing. The second they moved to sit, a light flashed in front of them, and Delcatty greeted Reedy with a polite mro, before hopping up to lay in Amanda's lap. Phew, Reedy exhaled. Glad we made it. But, if you're here. Don't you have a store to manage? I do, but people have known I'd be away for a little while. Amanda said with a slight laugh. I called in a favor with a friend, a local Pokemart employee, and he's watching the place for us while Shuppy and Scully stay on guard. Shuppy and Scully? Oh, the Shuppet and Duskull Sam rescued. Amanda went on to explain that those two really weren't fans of large crowds, so they chose to stay at home and support Sam from afar. But all of Dewford Town is cheering on Sam. Amanda continued with a bright smile on her face. There are always a few people from the island that make it to the conference each year, but none of them have ever had a family member as well connected as me. She tapped the side of her nose. I haven't just been managing my bookstore. Sam's journey has been a bit inspirational, and I've been taking a handful of other jobs off to the side. I might have been talking ears off about just how proud of him I am, and ever since Brawly got a message about him from Chuck, he's practically been the talk of the town. Wow! Reedy stared out at the arena floor below them and the square of 4 independent battlefields. I just have my family and my aunt. She couldn't say her entire town supported her. She couldn't even say her entire town knew she existed. But next to her, Sam's mom clicked her tongue. Oh, shush, you, she said. Don't fool yourself. You have me and everyone else you've met on your journey for support. I'm sure you've made plenty of friends while traveling about, From where they were held in her arms, Porygon pushed against Reedy's stomach in agreement. She could tell they were trying to say that they'd support her no matter what. She laughed at that, feeling a warmth grow in her chest. You're right, she said. I do have that. And her blood was pumping. Her team had made great improvements in the past month. Her sponsorship with Mr. Pokémon was paying dividends literally, in some cases, and she couldn't wait to show off all of that in a proper fight. Also, just because she wasn't that well known didn't mean she was at a disadvantage. Getting people to learn about her was a big part of why she was out here. Even better, now that she had made it to the conference, she was in the perfect position to advertise her family's construction business. But there wasn't much more time than that for them to continue their conversation. Referees moved to stand at each of the 4 fields below. Normally, these arenas would only host 1 battle at a time, but the place was so large that the league seemed to want multiple battles to take place at once. Though a referee stood at the side of each field, one head referee stood in the direct center of the floor. The crowd quieted down to listen to his speech. Though his words were meant to mark the start of the preliminaries, Reedy and so many others were barely paying attention. After all, almost all eyes were on the 8 competitors making their way out. Reedy could already recognize 2 of them. Look! Look! That's my son! There's my Sam! Amanda was practically bouncing in her seat. I can't believe it, Reedy said, laughing as two of the trainers took up opposite positions on one of the fields. Is Sam's opponent really who I think he is? Strutting up to the field opposite to Sam was Edgar, the very same boy who had once won the beginners tournament just to go on to lose against Sam in Violet City. As Edgar started to send Sam a few taunts, the head referee continued through his announcements, mostly just sharing the rules for these preliminary matches. These battles would be 3-on-3 battles with no switches. Pokémon would stay out until they fainted. And, rather than an immediate elimination on a loss, competitors would be graded on performance instead. Sam is going to crush him, Reedy said, leaning forward and gripping the railing. Below, the challengers went on to send out their Pokémon. When Reedy saw that Haunter had evolved, she couldn't hold back her laughter. When Edgar sent out a Pokémon that wasn't even in its final form, she then laughed even harder. Sam countered his opponent's taunts, but Edgar's expression somehow became even more smug than before. Yet Sam remained confident and calm. And that was interesting. Though they had tried to establish a cocky image in Violet City's tournament, Sam had gone with a simpler outfit this time around. All he wore was a dark purple sweatshirt and some basic, black pants. Reedy could immediately tell that simplicity was his intention. Sam wanted all of the focus to be on his Pokémon rather than himself. Let's do this, Reedy whispered. Whistles blew. As soon as the battle started, Gengar rushed his opponent, and a shout from Edgar saw his own Pokémon take a step back. The two Pokémon bounced on their feet, ready for whatever their opponent would do, and Edgar's Pokémon narrowly avoided a single, testing swipe. Yet, that preliminary state could not last forever. With a single shout, the Pokémon lunged. Gengar and Edgar's Nidorino met in a clash. And with that, the battle truly picked up. Johto's Silver Conference, or at least its preliminaries, had finally, officially begun. Chapter 156. Faced with Nidorino's lunge, Gengar stabbed his feet into the ground and slid back to avoid it as if using roller skates. His opponent landed with a heavy thud, and it gave chase with its horn pointed at him, aimed to impale. Nidorino, hurt with poison sting. Edgar shouted. Finish with Peck. He's calling for weak moves. Is that intentional? Or is he just bluffing and plans to call for something stronger once Gengar is close? Despite being in battle, Sam had almost missed his chance to register for the conference. When the season ended, potential competitors had a week to sign up, and he had waited until the very last minute to acquire a teleport here in an attempt to maximize the time he had to train. He would have only had 2 weeks to practice if he had left right at the end of the season, but delaying his arrival had given him almost a full extra week to prepare. That meant he and his team had plenty of time to correct gaps in their movesets and strategies, but the downside was that they hadn't arrived until late last night. Sam's lateness meant his preliminary fight was first, with the placement intended as a disadvantage that'd give the punctual trainers more time to prepare. Since he was one of the first to fight, more people would likely be watching his battle since many enjoyed catching the very start of the preliminaries. Knowledge about him and his team would become more widespread, but thankfully, Sam had already publicly shown off some of his Pokémon once before in the Violet City tournament. In a way, it fit that he was fighting Edgar here. Edgar had a certain expectation about Gengar that no longer held up, and Sam planned to use that to his advantage and pull off an easy win. But it wasn't that Edgar was weak. Honestly, Edgar was likely one of the stronger newcomers here. However, facing Edgar now meant Sam wouldn't need to worry about the information game. He'd already greatly shown off Haunter, so as long as he only used Gengar, he wouldn't need to give too much away. It was slightly cocky for Sam to think that he could win with only one Pokémon, but he truly believed in that possibility. The weeks he spent in training had let him learn just how strong Gengar truly was, and then they had spent all of that time consolidating and building even further than that. Edgar wasn't aware of any of that growth. Thus, he didn't have a chance. Counter with Shadow Ball, Sam ordered as a barrage of poisoned needles chased Gengar across the field. Shut it down for hypnosis. That's not going to work. Edgar yelled. We've already seen that trick. A further shout from Edgar saw his Nidorino stop its poison stings, and it didn't follow up with Peck as previously called. So far, the strategy he applied had been very Chuck-like in that he'd been trying to force Gengar to get close. But, as Gengar lifted an arm to conjure a sphere of shadows, the Nidorino jumped up and beck, and then it let its horn stab into the ground. From there, Nidorino slid into the earth as if it were water, and its dig allowed it to avoid any further moves from Gengar. Like I told you before, we've been preparing for this. Our streak had been perfect until you came along. Edgar yelled. And you know what? We haven't lost any other battle since. So for all this time, we've been preparing counters for your team, and now we're in the perfect place to take you out of the tournament before it's even begun. Edgar's grin was so past cocky that it wasn't even funny, but Sam just blinked neutrally at the other boy. Hey, he said. One of Edgar's eyes twitched. What? Edgar asked suspiciously. To be honest, Sam said. I haven't really thought about you since the last tournament. A mix of boos and jeers came from the audience, but also a sparse bit of laughter. People liked a good heel. Sam hadn't been trying to garner a reaction, he had only been trying to focus on the battle. But for Edgar, Sam's words were like a dagger pushed into his gut. His face went bright red, and he actually stomped on the ground just to try to burn off some of that rage. Get ready to blast out, Nidorino. Prepare your thunderbolt. Jengar, Sam replied calmly, it's in your domain. Jengar had been idly sliding around on the ground. He could still float, but he had lost his innate levitation upon evolution. The levitate ability would have made it trivial for him to avoid the effects of ground-type moves. Now, doing the same would require more effort, but Sam's words had revealed to him a certain truth. As a ghost type, Jengar could phase through solid objects, and as far as he or Sam were concerned, the ground was a solid object. And even more than that, light often failed to pierce into the earth. By using Dig, the Nidorino had surrounded itself by darkness. Jengar had free range to attack it from all sides. Panic it, Sam ordered. Jengar dove into the floor, and Edgar stuttered. Attack. Dig. Get it. Nothing moved for several long seconds. But then, something in the ground began to shift, and part of the field broke open. Nidorino, having been hit by an incredibly close-ranged confuse ray, scrambled to escape. Tearing itself out of its hole, it panted out of pure fright with its eyes rapidly darting around. A shadow rose up behind it. The Nidorino turned around far too late. Jengar's shadow ball smashed into its face, and the sheer power of his move meant Nidorino was sent flying back. Nidorino is unable to battle. Trainer Edgar, please send out your next Pokémon, the referee announced. The audience applauded even as Edgar grit his teeth. Sam took a moment to check on the three other battles. Jengar had been the first Pokémon to score a knockout. Fine. If you're giving me no choice, then I'll pull out one of my best early. At first, Sam had been a bit confused about why Edgar had used an unevolved Nidorino. Edgar seemed like someone who liked to make use of evolution. However, the answer came when Edgar's second Pokémon made an appearance. He did have a Moonstone, but he likely only had a weak one that had been used on something else. The earth shook when his Nidoqueen's armored body hit the battlefield floor. The regal blue Pokémon was twice the size of Jengar, and seeing that, it gained an almost mocking grin. Body Slam. Ice Punch. Edgar's called for combination of attacks seemed nonsensical at first. Why use Body Slam when a normal type move wouldn't affect Jengar? But the answer came obviously enough. Calling for Body Slam helped the Nidoqueen build momentum. And, with that momentum, Ice Punch would land with that much more force. But Sam just sighed yet again. It was cheesy, but he had the perfect line for this. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, he said, and the portion of the audience paying attention to him groaned. Jengar. Disrupt. Jengar's smile became so wide that half of his body was teeth. Rather than stay on the ground, he bounced into the air, and he leaned to the side so that Nidoqueen's Body Slam passed right through him. Credit to it, Nidoqueen was part of a team that had earned 8 badges, and it had the reaction time to spin on a foot and snap around. A fist sealed with ice hurtled toward Jengar, but it was only hurtling toward where Jengar had once been. For all the skill it had in melee combat, Nidoqueen lacked the speed to even approach Jengar's own. With ease, he rotated behind it, staying behind its back, and an echoing giggle saw his spite cause the ice punch to sputter out. Half-melted frost sloughed off the Nidoqueen's fist. Thunder Punch! Edgar yelled. Really stocked up on the TMS, hey? While spite had affected the ice punch, a thunder punch could still come out in full force. Except, again, Jengar just stuck behind the Nidoqueen. It wasn't even something that hard for him to do. Ever since his evolution, Jengar had become the fastest Pokémon on Sam's team by far. At least, he was the fastest Pokémon when no one else was using agility. Just attack it, Sam said tiredly. Spheres forming in his hands, Gengar didn't bother to grow his shadow balls that much. He simply formed a palm-sized sphere, tossed it at his opponent, and it would crush the Nidoqueen's blue armor, and then he'd rapidly change positions when it tried to turn around and do that all again. The ease at which he outmaneuvered his bulky opponent was practically comical, as no matter what the Nidoqueen did, it simply could not catch him. Of course, its power meant it was a serious threat if it ever hit, but Gengar's speed meant that was a very large if. The only thing Sam could guess the Nidoqueen could potentially use was Earthquake, but he doubted Edgar would fall for that. A wide-ranged, area attack was its best chance of hitting Gengar, but Gengar could float, and even though Sam knew Gengar didn't have levitate, Edgar probably thought Gengar was immune. Whatever! Edgar shouted. Just use Thunderbolt. The same trademark move as Nidorino. Edgar definitely splurged. Sam waited until the spark formed, and a lightning bolt shot straight up only to spike back down. Nidoqueen clearly intended to have its attack hit itself and explode off its body, but there was a flaw with that plan. It would be only one strike, and Gengar hadn't been hit yet. Nightshade, Sam said. Immediately, the area around Gengar turned pitch black. Even the Nidoqueen was utterly consumed. When the thunderbolt fell, some static crackled past the Nightshade's sides, but Gengar's innate, ghostly strength and control had grown so much that his move didn't even shake. Eventually, when he sucked his darkness back in, he revealed the unmoving body of the Nidoqueen beneath. Edgar gritted his teeth. Gengar had been struck. But while Gengar's species didn't have much stamina, he was much better at taking a special attack than a physical one, especially when that special attack was sourced from a Pokémon that was a better physical attacker in the first place. Return, Edgar grumbled. Trainer Edgar, send out your next Pokémon, the referee shouted. I know. I'm just thinking. He frowned, staring at the field. Gengar remained mostly untouched, and Sam still had 2 Pokémon left. Soon, though, Edgar came to a decision, and he plucked a somewhat worn Pokeball from his belt. Arbok, he named. With these matches being a 3-on-3 battle, Arbok was the final member left on Edgar's team. Sam remembered seeing in a cans in the beginners tournament, Edgar likely had this Arbok with him for his entire journey. That experience was shown in full force when the Arbok reared back, and it bore a frightening design on its chest that made Gengar shudder. The effect brought on by its intimidate ability would make him wary about getting close, but Sam knew that wouldn't matter when he heard Edgar call for his Arbok's first move. Arbok. Use Glare. Sam wanted to laugh. A move with eye contact? Really? Edgar was so focused on just trying to take out Gengar that he had completely forgotten about the strategy Sam had used to win the Violet City tournament in the first place. Hypnosis, Sam said. Sure, Arbok had its shed skin ability trained, giving it a way to quickly remove its forced sleep, but Gengar was still faster than it. Whenever it started to shake off its slumber, he could move to use hypnosis against it and ensure it fell back asleep. Also, Dream Eater was a psychic-type move. Gengar healed himself while dealing super effective damage. It did not take long. Although Arbok was likely one of Edgar's strongest, it never once got a chance to attack back. Just like the 2 Pokémon before it, Edgar's final team member fell to Gengar. Arbok is no longer able to battle, the referee called out. Trainer Edgar has no more usable Pokémon. Trainer Samuel wins. The audience's cheers were uproarious. Looking around, Sam had not only finished his match first, but he had done so with only 1 Pokémon on his team. He was the first trainer to pull off a victory in this year's conference. And, with how the preliminary matches worked, challengers were only given the chance to move on based on their performance. Edgar would likely be placed in another preliminary battle, and unless he won that flawlessly, he was unlikely to obtain the rating needed to compete. Dazed, the reality of his situation seemed to sink into Edgar. He had lost so utterly that his chances of moving on were impossibly low. He returned his Arbok, the Pokémon vanishing from the field. Meanwhile, Sam didn't return Gengar, but Gengar very purposefully slipped into his shadow like a flat piece of paper slotting into an envelope. Sam then left the field without even sending a second glance to his opponent. With the preliminaries being so rushed, there wasn't even time for a handshake before the next 2 trainers were already being sent out to take their place. The current schedule was packed, and the preliminary battles were set to be a continuous event that'd last all day in an attempt to save time. However, though Sam didn't send another glance to Edgar, the audience was certainly looking at him. and a small number of trainers within it sent him serious yet considering looks. By doing so well so early on, Sam might not have revealed much, but he had established himself as a potential threat. In one battle, he had proven his team to be strong. No further opponent would underestimate him, and he could likely expect each and every one of his future opponents to come in expecting his team's strength. Mom. Sam rubbed his eyes just to make sure what he was seeing was not a prank. And Reedy. Sam. Two identical shouts came from down the hallway. From one end of a tunnel beneath Silvertown's main arena, Sam watched his mother pick up her pace to meet him. Reedy, meanwhile, dashed over to get in front of him. Before she got too close, however, she skidded to a halt and started to rub her arm, awkwardly chuckling without knowing what to say after being apart for so long. It's been a while, Sam said. Since Ekrutik. But we've sent messages to each other once or twice, I guess. Yet. I told you I'd be in the Ilex forest. And you were late because of that, you jerk. Reedy huffed in annoyance, but Sam just laughed. There was so much he wanted to say to catch up with her, but a flash of movement from behind caught his attention, and he caught sight of a Pokémon he did not expect to see. Wait, is that Porygon? No. They're Porygon too. Wow, you managed to evolve them that quickly. To his amazement, Porygon actually reacted. Rather than aimlessly floating in the air, the now much more rounded Pokémon brought up its head in a very Reedy-like motion. It stayed in place like usual, but it acted with a surprising amount of animation to go through its own version of strutting in pride. Yet, Mr. Pokémon is all about learning new things, so he sent me to someone who could help out, Reedy said. Turns out, all Porygon needed to do to evolve was eat an enormous computer database. Sam waited to hear the punchline, but none ever came. Porygon ate a database, he asked flatly. Uh-huh. Something about them being a learning data vor. Reedy said with a shrug. But we have people working on turning data gathered from that event into something recreatable via disk, so there's going to be Porygon 2 all over the place. All thanks to us. She puffed up her chest, and Porygon imitated the motion behind her. Reedy didn't notice, and because of that, Sam couldn't stop his laughter. But it's not just Porygon. Reedy continued, blasting through to get a word in edgewise the second Sam started to calm down. It's everyone on my team. We're all way stronger. Sam took a moment to settle down. Please, he said teasingly. Can't be much. You only have, what, 4 Pokémon on your team? Actually, Reedy said, leaning in with a knowing smile, right now, I have 5. Sam blinked at her, struck speechless for the second time today, and a grin crossed Reedy's face at his reaction. But what about you, hey, she said, nudging his arm. You got your last Pokémon? Mine was kind of a volunteer from back home, so I didn't need to catch or trade for her, but you said you had a plan? Something about trading for a Pokémon that can help with transportation. Something like that, Sam said, patting a certain Ultra Ball on his waist. Reedy sent him an intrigued look, but she didn't press. She hadn't revealed her newest team member, and neither had Sam. They could have found somewhere to show off their Pokémon, but that would have defeated part of the reason they had split up. They might have still been friends, but they were competitors. The best place to show off their teams would be in the conference itself. Come on. Let's catch up. Sam was in these lower tunnels to leave after his preliminary match, and after Jengar's performance, he doubted he'd need to come back for a second one. Reedy told him that she wouldn't be up for a battle until late afternoon, but she had still been allowed in due to being registered in the conference. Sam's mom had been able to join her due to the familial connection alongside Reedy's vouch, but she wasn't allowed to send out any Pokémon. It would have been fine to keep speaking down there, but voices carried, and they didn't exactly have a way to tell if someone was listening in. They left the arena and left the general area of the conference to find a more private place to talk. Instead of anywhere too busy, they ended up settling down in a quiet park. This wasn't exactly a private location or anything reserved for the conference, but the only people around were a few obviously competing trainers who had claimed the park's public battlefields to give their teams a less occupied place to train. Sam, Reedy, and his mother sat at a bench table to talk. Porygon managed to evolve mostly because of Mr. Pokémon, Reedy explained. Across from her, now that they were done walking, Delcatty released herself just so she could sit in Sam's mother's lap. I mentioned this before, but upgrade discs for a Porygon's evolution are being developed. Mr. Pokémon and the guy who helped me already worked out deals for various rights to them, and since Porygon was the one who evolved, we're getting a significant share of that. Sam nodded along. He could tell by the sharp look in his mother's eyes that her business sense was going off. That's good, he said. I'm happy for you. You said a big part of why you headed out on a journey was for the money, right? Sure, Reedy said, suddenly stuttering. But I was just going to do that by advertising. Money is just money, but this level of income isn't going to last forever. Really, I brought it up because I wanted to give you this. She wiggled in her seat to slip off her backpack, and she swung it around to let it rest in her lap. However, when she began to zip it open, Sam stopped her before she could pull anything out. You. Hold on. Are you trying to give me money? His voice was serious, and Reedy froze. Maybe. You're trying to pay me. Yeah? It was your information that let Porygon evolve. But I didn't do it for payment. But I want to give you at least something in return. And Sam just frowned. Reedy huffed, resting her arms on her pack. Ugh. Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. He rubbed the side of his head. It's just, well, I don't know. How do I say this? He sent a careful glance to his mother. I talked to Grandpa, Sam said quietly. The Ilex forest has a lot of strange Pokémon. There was some wacky stuff involved. I learned a lot about the new Pokédex. Immediately, Reedy seemed to forget everything about whatever she had planned to give Sam. She leaned forward in intense interest, hands practically slamming onto the surface of the park's public table. Tell me, she breathed. Next to Sam, his mother was silent, and her expression was surprisingly calm. He bit his lip, trying to figure out what to say that wouldn't hurt, but she just shook her head to reassure him. It's all right, Sam. I made my peace long ago. You don't need to worry about me, and besides, I've always suspected something was up with that man. With that, Reedy was practically vibrating in place, and Sam knew he couldn't wait. He began. The new Pokédex isn't from the future or anything like that, he said. It wasn't sent to my grandpa, but it was sent back to him. He's the author mostly. He's the one who wrote all of its information down. Reedy then hit him with a barrage of questions, trying to squeeze as much information out of him as she could. Sam willingly answered everything she asked, and every so often, his mother would chime in, often asking something simple just for a slight bit of clarification. He went over all of the events of the Ilex forest, explaining to them the same things he explained to his team. The topic of the conversation was honestly slightly uncomfortable, but he had brought it up for a reason. He wanted to get the information out instead of holding it all in. Wow! Reedy lightly patted her face just to make sure she wasn't dreaming. So, if all of that is true, Celebi is your second grandpa. A beat passed. It was interrupted when both Sam's mother and Delcatty started to choke off to the side. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Reedy said. Celebi was the one to bring your grandfather over. So that means Celebi is responsible for why your family is here. So all of that together means that Celebi has a similar connection. Like I said, it's your second grandpa. She tilted her head to the side. Or great-grandpa? Or great-grandma? Reedy asked. Do legendary Pokémon even have a gender? I don't know, Sam replied, staring ahead blankly. Reedy then nodded as if that statement carried all the answers in the world. So, then, about the money. Thankfully, her question brought Sam back down to earth. No. Sorry. It wouldn't be right. The new Pokédex is my grandfather's, and because of that, it's my choice to decide on what to do with the information in it, he said. I didn't tell you that stuff to get a payment. I told you that stuff because you're my friend. Think of it as a gift. It's just as simple as that. Hearing Sam's explanation, Reedy sighed and fell back in her seat. She kicked her legs under the table. Fine, I guess. But this still sucks. You get to have this cool backstory and get to experience all those cool events, but all I got to do was meet with a bunch of important researchers and talk to famous people. Did Ursaring evolve, at least? Sam asked. Next full moon is in 2 days, Reedy grumbled, but Mr. Pokémon seems confident about that one. From there, their conversation mostly devolved into idle chatter, and Sam and Reedy told each other about everything they'd been up to. Sam talked about all of the crazy events he'd experienced, making sure to keep certain team developments vague, and Reedy did the same, speaking about all of the experiments Mr. Pokémon had sent her to. Though they might have been apart, neither of their journeys had calmed down. A month and a half had passed, but their teams had grown stronger for it. Occasionally, Sam's mom would chime in, mostly just to ask a question more than anything else. Honestly, she just seemed happy to see her son act so animatedly for once. They talked for quite a long time. Oh, shoot. Reedy's face paled when she sent a glance to her Pokémon. I have to go. My match is almost up. I'll come with. I want to watch, Sam said. And, Mom, I'll show you my team later, alright? I'm looking forward to it, she said with a smile. With that, they all stood to return to the conference, moving through the crowded streets. It was a simple journey back to the arena, except Amanda let her son lead the group from the front, giving him the duty to keep an eye out for the signs that marked the way to the arena. She let herself fall back to meet with Reedy, giving them the chance to have a quiet, unheard conversation. I'm curious, Amanda asked softly. Just how much did Sam turn down? Without saying even a single word, Reedy shifted her backpack around to let it hang off a single arm. With a simple zip, the pack opened. The decently sized bag was filled to the brim with cold, hard cash. For a while, Amanda did nothing but stare at that immense sum. Eventually, she managed to bring up an arm and close the bag. Oh my! It took her a moment to gather her thoughts. Let's keep this between us, I think it would be best if Sam never learns how much that was, alright. Alright, Reedy whispered. However, although the sheer amount of cash Sam had just unknowingly declined was a mind-boggling sum, Amanda couldn't say his decision had been for the worse. After all, knowing her son, and knowing what he was capable of after seeing his match. Once he started to reveal the true power of his team in the conference, the sponsorship offers that would come rolling in would make even that amount look like a paltry sum. Chapter 157. The preliminaries were scheduled to take place over the weekend, lasting 2 days and culminating with the conference's opening ceremony on the night of the second. The actual tournament for the conference itself would take place over the coming week, serving as a series of battles that would push each preceding competitor daily. At least, that was how Sam assumed it would work. There was a bit of a mystery regarding the conference's setup this year, as its exact schedule was yet to be announced. The only thing that had been hinted at was the number of competitors moving on, a massive 256, which was a far greater sum than the Silver Conference's usual 48. Given that only 400 trainers had registered for the conference itself, a trainer had roughly even odds to make it in, but that was only when ignoring all other factors. Since Sam had won, he felt good about his chances, and since Reedy had won her match as well, both were confident they would make it into the first round. Reedy's battle had been just as one-sided as Sam's. Just like how Jengar had swept through Edgar's team, Reedy's Porygon 2 had done the same to her opponent. It turned out, people had very few ways to deal with a Porygon 2 sitting in the air with Magnet Rise. The strategies that they did have would fail to get past Porygon's Charge Beam, and then, scarily enough, a boosted Hyper Beam was enough to outright eliminate any opponent in one move, which was what happened to her opponent's final Pokémon. Yet there was more to this tournament than just their battles, and as much as Sam celebrated with Reedy after their victories, there was still the rest of the tournament, too. His mom sat with him for a little while before heading out to see what else Silvertown had to offer. She made a promise she would support him in his upcoming matches, but she had only just arrived here yesterday. Sam spent a long time on his own, just watching the preliminary battles and writing notes in a newly purchased journal with the logo of the Silver Conference on its front cover. He carefully observed every match that occurred over the weekend, and most importantly, he learned. Familiar trainers were here. Sam caught sight of Xavier. Eliza. That one Gibble trainer from Blackthorn Terry, he was pretty sure. The Dark-type trainer from both the Beginners Tournament and the Violet City Tournament, Victor, was here. And, to Sam's surprise, Preston made it. Though Preston's plans to catch a Dragon-type had fallen through, he had pushed past his loss of Dreepa to earn himself his final 2 gym badges. Good for him. Despite this only being the preliminaries, the quality already demonstrated by the present trainers was immense. The Silver Conference wanted over 200 powerful trainers, and it was clear that it would get its 200 powerful trainers. Just with the people he recognized, Sam watched Xavier's Donphan use its armored, wheel-like body to crush every opponent sent its way, and a purposeful switch by Xavier into his Poliwrath saw his final opponent fall in seconds. Meanwhile, Eliza took a different approach, using her Steelix and Lapra's wide-ranging attacks to effectively take control of the entire field at once. Even trainers who had to struggle to get through their matches did so with their all. Terry's team might not have dominated, but the ferocity of his gay bite saw it never give up, and it proved to be a powerful companion to the fierce physical attackers of his Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. And then there were the outliers. The people who, probably shouldn't have been here. Sam could immediately identify those trainers every time they walked up to the field. They were either far too nervous or far too cocky in the wrong way, and each and every one of them tended to wear a trainer school's uniform. People who graduated from a trainer school and passed an elite level test were given the right to compete in that year's conference. They didn't need the experience of earning all 8 badges, but they needed an intense amount of knowledge. Sometimes, those graduates were truly dominant in their field, with Hone's Roxanne being a prime example of that. But even though graduating from a trainer school and passing that test was only done by the best of the best, the vast majority of graduates just simply didn't have the battle experience. They were people who could state just about everything known about Pokémon, but their studies often saw them fail to put in the appropriate amount of needed time to train their teams. Though all of them were essentially summarily crushed, it wasn't like those trainers walked away from the field disappointed. They had lost in the preliminaries and were unlikely to move on, but they had still made it to the preliminaries. They had their knowledge and skills, and they would eventually go on to serve as the backbone of society. These people would work as league analysts, gym staff, and other critical Pokémon workers. Still, that group was only a small subset of the total potential competitors here, and as the day went on, the matches progressed, and Sam recorded notes on everything he could. He supposed he could have joined his mother and Reedy as they explored the conference's festivities, or he could have returned to his Pokémon Center room. There, he could have used the provided computer to watch the recorded battles on the League's archives. It took only minutes for a preliminary match to be uploaded, and he could have used that to replay the battles over and over again. But he purposefully stayed in the arena since he preferred to watch these matches in person. He sat high up enough in the stands so that shadows from the wall surrounded him, and his Pokémon would phase in and out behind him to whisper their observations and point at the challengers who stood out. Hours passed. His mother came and went, and so did Reedy. Eventually, the first day of the preliminaries ended, his friends and family retired for the night, and Sam went for a late-night walk on his own with his team. With so many people attempting to compete, the first day of the preliminaries had only ended once it was late into the night, and the streets were lit up by streetlights. Most of the vendors' stalls had closed, and the conference's upbeat music was eerily absent. A few people milled about, a handful of trainers explored, and a constant presence of ace trainers patrolled the place and made sure no one would get up to trouble. This late-night walk was a curious thing to experience, because even with such a boisterous festival going on, Sam still caught sight of wild Pokémon out and about. Rattata and Raticate would stalk the streets, ever present, and the occasional Meowth watched Sam with eyes that shone in the darkness, keeping an eye on him before moving on with whatever mischievousness they had planned. Genuinely, after spending so long in the Ilex forest, it was nice to be back in civilization. It was also nice to have a bit of downtime with his team, as short as he planned for this walk to be. But for all of his time on his own watching others compete, Sam couldn't forget that he wasn't the only trainer here. He also wasn't the only trainer out this late, and as he walked down the street, a voice suddenly called out behind him. "Sammy. Only one person has called me Sammy, and my mom doesn't sound that young." Trying to keep his expression level, he turned to see a pink, frilly dress run up to him, and eyes made smooth via blue contact lenses bashfully fluttered their lashes. However, the disturbing nature of that gaze could not hide the amused smile that appeared at his tense reaction, and Cassandra quickly laughed. The last time Sam had seen her had been all the way back during the Dragon-type trials in Blackthorn. He knew she was smart, and he knew she was a competent trainer, but some of the things she said had been unpleasant. "Oh, Sammy," Cassandra said, clasping her hands together. "You've made it. But of course, you would make it. I mean, was there any other outcome after all of the time we spent together?" She went on to giggle, and Sam forced himself to not groan. It wasn't that he had anything against her, but when it came to the fairy type. No. Don't give me that look. I'm a normal type specialist. I've already told you that. Just think of me as the same kind of trainer as your friend. Right, Sam grumbled. You made that deal with the Blackthorn clan. What deal? Cassandra said innocently enough. She tilted her head to the side, but despite the innocence she tried to present, Sam felt as though her gaze was appraising. They hadn't really talked since the Blackthorn clan's dragon-type trials, but he had a feeling her presence here wasn't an accident. "I knew I'd find you out and about so late at night," she said carefully. "A strong, powerful ghost-type specialist like yourself? Of course, you'd enjoy the darkness." "Of course," Sam repeated. She opened her mouth as if to continue, but she went stock-still when her eyes flicked down. The contact lenses she wore made it hard to see where she was looking, but Sam could tell she had noticed the dozens of red eyes that had opened up under his feet. They all glared at the effective stranger who had all but interrupted their quiet time under the moon. "Oh, humph. Well." Cassandra hurriedly cleared her throat. "I wanted to get to you first, because I've seen a lot of other trainers doing things like this. Basically, I have a little get-together planned 2 nights from now, and I'm trying to invite as many people as I can." 2 nights from now? During the full moon? Sam asked, remembering what Reedy had mentioned. Cassandra nodded. "Yup. Though, it's a bit before that. Still. I hope you can make it. Like I said, I really hope you come. I'm trying to invite as many people as I can." "As many people as you can?" Sam repeated slowly. "Or are you just inviting the trainers you think are threats?" For the briefest of moments, her innocent grin grew sharp, and somehow, her eyes almost seemed to shimmer. "Clever. You'll appreciate the get-together. Take this, show it at the door, and you'll be able to join us in the back room I reserved." Sam wanted to say he might be busy that night. Reedy likely had her plans, but he was left bewildered and speechless when he saw that the card she presented had nothing more than an address and a cartoon version of her face printed on it. When he looked up, Cassandra was already absent, off skipping away in the distance. He then breathed out, pocketing the note and continuing down the streets. Now that he had experienced that himself, when he saw the occasional group of trainers talking, he recognized they were making plans just like Cassandra had done just now. Seems like strategies involve more than just what's on the battlefield. He had known there'd be meta-strategies applied for a week-long tournament, but he hadn't expected people to take actions like these. On the second day of the preliminaries, Sam was never called up for a second match, and neither was Reedy. Given that they had both won with only a single Pokémon on the first day, they took that as a positive sign that their placement didn't need any more judging. Everyone who had registered for the conference had already taken part in at least one battle on the first day, so the second day's battles were primarily just for confirmation. The judges and referees presiding over the tournament had to decide which trainers would be involved. Due to the smaller number of battles, the second day's schedule was more lax, but people were still being called up for battles every so often. The overall result saw the final preliminary match take place mid-afternoon. The next step, the opening ceremony of the conference itself, was scheduled to take place that night. But the moment the preliminary matches ended, trainers were summoned by an announcement that had echoed throughout the entirety of the conference's grounds. Hundreds of people filed into the main lobby of the primary Pokémon Center. The room was large enough to fit a standard battlefield 2 times over, but it now felt like that wasn't possible given the sheer number of tournament hopefuls. Half a dozen nurses worked at the center of the room, managing Pokeballs and paperwork and other tasks behind a large, circular counter. Enormous screens hung above their heads and faced out in every cardinal direction. No matter where someone stood, they could see the display. Normally, those screens just stated the names and numbers of people awaiting healing or chats with the nurses, but right now, they displayed the logo of the Pokémon League. This was probably the most important moment to take place throughout the entire conference. Soon, those screens would show the names of everyone approved to move on to the first round, the people competing in the conference itself. Nervous. Reedy pushed through the crowd to walk up to Sam, having temporarily split just so they could explore and privately train with their teams. Sam wasn't against a wall like usual, but he was leaning against a table. Nearby, a group of trainers animatedly spoke on a set of couches, and other groups throughout the room spoke of their hopes and dreams and worries, giving the lobby an air of desperate excitement and tension. Everyone wanted to see if they had truly made it in. "I guess I am a bit nervous, but not really," Sam said, crossing his arms as he stared at the logo of the conference being displayed on the screens. "We're here. My team is here. We actually made it to the conference. We have 8 badges, and we're so close. Even with so many fights left until the finals, we're practically at the top, and that means we've finally reached everything we've been." "So you are nervous," Reedy quipped with a smile as she leaned against the table next to Sam. "I get it. And part of the reason you're tapping your feet is because you didn't get yourself a nice, shadowy corner to brood in, am I right? I'm not tapping my feet. Sam looked down. He was. He went on to shoot Reedy a glare, but she just snickered in reply. Sure, Sam liked being in the shadows, but that was just so he could better speak to his team. Unfortunately, with the several hundred trainers here, basically anywhere with even a hint of darkness to it had already been claimed by someone else before he arrived. I just want to see my placement, Sam huffed, brushing past Reedy's comments, much to her amusement. My team and I listened in on a few conversations here and there. People think names are going to be listed in order of strength. So if you're first, that means the judges thought you were the strongest, and that means all of the people favored to win the conference will probably be higher up than others. Scouting the competition? Reedy asked. Kind of. I also want to see exactly where you stand, she finished for him. Sam nodded silently. He would have been lying if he said he wasn't interested. If trainers were going to be ranked, then of course he wanted to know where he would place. Of course, being at the top wouldn't be the best for his team strategy-wise, as all that would do was put a target on their back. Still, he wanted his Pokémon's efforts to be recognized. Just like every trainer here, deep in his heart, he wanted to see his name appear first. As much as I want to be first, the best placement is probably somewhere in the middle, Sam went on to say. I don't want to look weak cause that might put off sponsors, but I don't want everyone breathing down my neck to figure out my strategy, either. Reedy hummed in agreement. But I've also been watching the fights, Sam continued. I don't even know if my team can be that high up. There are some really strong trainers participating this year and some of them are probably even holding back. And then there are other trainers who are, well. He trailed off. He didn't want to be rude. Ha! Reedy threw back her head for a single laugh. I heard about that. You saw the guy who used a Bellsprout against a Radon, didn't you? Sam snorted. Yeah, I did. I can see what he was trying to do by using Vine Whip to trip it, but a Bellsprout? Against a Radon? Really? Sure, type advantage is a strength, but the difference in strength is just too much. There was no way an unevolved Pokémon could get past a Radon's defense. And they were wearing a uniform, weren't they? Reedy pointed out. Yup. Of course they were, Sam said casually. He leaned back to sit on the table instead of just standing against it, and Reedy hopped up and joined him in watching those hanging screens. However, it didn't seem like she was truly watching them. Her gaze went a bit unfocused, and she seemed to stare off into the distance. It's funny, she said, her voice just barely audible above the general noise of the room. Back home, everyone would praise trainer school graduates, but none of them ever really got past the preliminaries. One of the biggest trainer school academies was pretty close to my home, and there were these girls who... She stopped herself, going quiet with a small shake of her head. I think what they said bothered me for a while, but I've realized that what they think doesn't matter. Nothing they did mattered, she said, gaining a small smile. I'm here now despite what they said. I even bet the girl that I'm thinking of is still so proud of that Cubone of hers. Even though a year has passed, I bet it hasn't improved at all. Reedy's smile turned into a sharp grin, and Sam could tell that she was picturing a defeated look on someone's face. Right now, there was a true confidence to her, not one that was feigned. Though no placements had been confirmed, it was like she somehow knew that her name would show up at the top. And then, the soft sound of a chime pierced through the air. Above their heads, the screens shifted so that the league logo faded into the background, and a nurse grabbed a microphone to send her voice echoing throughout the room. Hello. Thank you so much for your patience. Our judges have finished making their decisions. Please remember that even if you don't proceed, it does not diminish your accomplishment in the slightest. Know that just getting here is a victory in itself. The room was dead silent. Every trainer listened to the nurse's words. Soon, the names of every trainer moving on to the first round of the conference will be displayed on the screens above my head. Out of the roughly 400 of you competing this year, 256 will be participating in the first round, she said. Upon seeing your name, please make your way out of the Pokémon Center and to the arena itself. You will have 45 minutes to arrive in the same room you were told to wait in for your preliminary battles, and the opening ceremony of the conference will take place an hour after that. When she finished her explanation, a second chime rang out, and the screens started to change once again. The click of her microphone turning off echoed throughout the room, and everyone held their breath as columns of names slowly appeared. 64 names to a page. Only a fourth of the preceding trainers would be displayed at once. As the text became legible, Sam searched, but he didn't see himself in first. As silly as that was, he was disappointed that he wasn't at the very top, even though he had already known that wouldn't be the case. Still, he scanned through all of the listed names, searching for where he would be placed. He saw Xavier in the low 20s, and off to the side, someone cheered they had found their name in 14th place. So it really is a ranking. These aren't alphabetical, Xavier would have been further in. As he read through, Reedy suddenly spoke up next to him. There, she breathed. I'm 41st. This was the first set of 4 out of 2,500, which meant Reedy was rated to be solidly in the upper 25%. Except, even though she was there, someone else was missing. I don't see me. No matter how hard he searched, Sam failed to find his name. Wait, that can't be right, Reedy said, hopping off the table to better search. I hate to say it, but Jengar was more impressive than Porygon. If I'm up there, you should be at least around where I was placed. Sam narrowed his eyes, and Reedy did the same as she increased the ferocity of her search tenfold. Yet, there was nothing. But I'm not, Sam said. The screen changed. They both found that his name was absent from the second page as well. When the third page hit, Sam's heart started to thunder in his chest. His name wasn't showing up. So many other people he recognized were all up there. Xavier was in the early 20s, as he had already noticed. Victor, surprisingly, was in the high 30s. Meanwhile, Eliza was in the 90s, and other familiar names like Terry and Cassandra were toward the middle of the third section. But Sam's name? Absent. It didn't make sense. He should have been there. A little voice in the back of his head started to whisper to him that he didn't make it, that Jengar had won far too easily to demonstrate anything impressive, and that the judges had been disappointed. Finally, the last page showed up, and the remaining 64 names appeared. Right away, Sam found he wasn't at the top here, he wasn't 193rd, nor was he 194th. Or 195th. 6th. 7th. I'm not anywhere near the top rows. His heart sank. He started to feel his stomach churn. But Reedy suddenly shouted out next to him, giving his arm an excited shake. There. There. You made it. See, I told you that you would. No sense in doubting yourself, your name is right there. Where? Sam couldn't find where he was listed. Reedy tugged at his arm again. It's right there. At the very end. And he finally saw the words he was looking for. Samuel Greyson, Sam said as he read it out loud. His name being present was proof of his team's achievements, but yet. You weren't kidding, he said. I'm at the very end. With that placement, that means I'm 256th. In other words, dead last. He had shown up in the absolute final slot. Hey, Reedy said next to him. That doesn't make sense. No kidding. His placement was off to the point that it was suspicious. Sam even knew something wasn't right because Edgar, the trainer he had defeated, had been placed a single rank above him in 255th. He heard the poison-type specialist's voice echo out as his cheers muffled the lamentations from everyone who didn't place. A sharp, almost mocking look was then sent to Sam from across the Pokémon Center's floor, but Sam didn't care in the slightest. He refused to pay it any mind. There's no way your team was that weak, Reedy said, whispering to him. No, Sam agreed quietly. It's wrong. There's definitely something off about this. Something had to have happened for him to be dead last. Trainers that he knew struggled in their battles had been placed above him, which didn't line up with reality. Either the rating system was completely off, which he doubted given Reedy and Xavier were so high up, or something else had gone on. His theory? Someone had done this. Someone important. Someone had made sure his name appeared last. But Sam had no idea who that might have been, and he had no idea why. However, despite the mystery going on with his placement, he didn't exactly have the time to dwell on that thought. It lingered in his mind, but people were already rushing out of the Pokémon Center to reach the arena, trying to get to the opening ceremony on time. And Reedy practically hopped after them, picking up speed and all but dragging Sam to get him to head out. Come on. Let's go, she yelled. The flow of trainers from the Pokémon Center to the arena itself was almost a procession or even a parade. The crowds parted before them, and people watched and clapped. The path opened up for every trainer making their way toward the arena where they would soon compete. Upon arrival, exhausted-looking league staff gestured to a room in which all of the competitors would wait, and the many trainers squeezed into that tight space that probably shouldn't have fit so many people at once. From there, they were given an overview of how this was all going to work, and by the time they were sent out, it was already past dusk. Stepping out onto the arena floor, an absolutely packed crowd roared to greet their entrance. There, the true start of the conference, the opening ceremony itself, took place under a bright, starry night. Chapter 158. 16 rows of 16. Over 200 trainers lined up in a grid. The audience's roars were deafening, and each and every one of those shouts came out solely to celebrate them. The sky was open, allowing the light of the night stars to shine through, and a massive, empty brazier sat unlit at the top of the arena's edge. When its fires blazed, the conference would begin. But on the ground, a small, constructed stage elevated a handful of people above those rows of competitors. At the stage's front, a podium served as the speaker's stand, and Sam could already see several very important people he recognized behind it: the head referee, the head nurse, the ace trainers in charge of security, and then also Indigo's champion himself. However, as the shouts of the crowd slowly began to quiet, it was not the champion who approached the podium. Rather, an old man so short that Sam had failed to notice him walked up a step stool to reach the microphone. He was dressed exactly like a teacher trying to be hip with the kids, complete with baggy shorts and a backwards hat, but the cheers that erupted at his presence all seemed genuine. A soft smile crossed the old man's face. Half of him was hidden behind a long, white beard. So many strong trainers this year. The conference has never been so intense. Roars. The small man let out a hearty laugh, and that sound echoed throughout the area. Sam finally recognized who the old man was. Every region had a champion in charge of all things Pokémon, but the Pokémon League itself also needed someone who helped with the other side of management. As important as the champion was, they were only part of that show. The Pokémon League president handled all unrelated matters. And this old man, Charles Goodshow, was that president. The short man behind the podium was the one in charge of the day-to-day operations of all of the league staff in Indigo, Hone, and Sinnoh. I've seen quite the number of impressive battles. And I've heard quite the number of curious things, President Goodshow said, stroking his beard. Over 200 trainers in one competition? That's a new record. Well, if you don't count the 500-person tournament that happened 2 decades ago. He laughed. If the man wasn't so thin, Sam would have been reminded of Santa Claus. The laughter that came from the crowd was a bit more awkward, and when Goodshow finally quieted down, he stared out at the rows and rows of trainers. Somehow, it felt as though he managed to make eye contact with every person here. The conference is a tradition that spans back hundreds of years, Goodshow said, his hands moving to rest on the sides of the podium. Trainers from every era have always competed to determine the best of the best. You all will continue that tradition, standing here today. Your achievements and accomplishments are what brought you here. And now, you will battle to find out which one of you stands at the top. The crowd cheered again. But it is not a trainer alone who fights in these matches. Goodshow continued, and despite being a small man, the weight of his presence drastically outsized his diminutive form. It is not a trainer alone who manages to reach the conference. You have your teams. Your Pokémon. Your friends and family and everyone you've met along the way. This is a competition, but it is also a celebration. Goodshow yelled. Be proud of yourselves. All of you. Because you have finally made it here. To the Silver Conference, standing here, today of all days. An uproarious applause chased his shouts. Within the rows of trainers, people stood taller than ever before. Every trainer standing there had earned their 8 badges and made their way into this tournament. Out of the thousands upon thousands of trainers that attempted the gym challenge each year, only these 256 had been deemed worthy of making it to the end. Now then. I could go on and on about all these little things, and I know Lance wants to make an announcement too, but I think we'll skip that. Goodshow let out a slight chuckle. Instead, I'll just say this, we've held you back for long enough. After such a long preliminary, take the night to rest. Learn about your opponents. Meet them. Discover who you're about to face. Make your plans, create your strategies, but more than anything else, just have fun." He laughed once again, and a small light in the stands behind him caught Sam's attention. A woman in a runner's outfit charged up the steps of the arena. In one hand, she held a flaming torch that seemed to be tinged with green. President Goodshow went quiet to watch her approach that brazier, and a pair of ace trainers at the top of the steps moved to the side to give her room to throw that torch in. "I have the honor of saying this every year, and now, I have that same honor once again," the old man said, the echoes from his voice quiet as the torch sailed through the air. "With the burning of Ho-Oh's flames, it is time. Let the Silver Conference begin." The brazier at the top of the arena erupted, and the fire that blazed within seemed to give off all forms of light. In Kanto's conference, the flames were of Moltres, a legendary Pokémon, with that ancient fire said to have never stopped burning. But in Johto, these flames were of Ho-Oh, a legendary Pokémon said to command rebirth and life itself. Where myths about Moltres' flames claimed they had granted humans ingenuity, myths about Ho-Oh's flames claimed they had granted human life. The light that came from the brazier's fire was a mixture of all colors, a rainbow tinted by every hue at once. Yet, that beautiful spectrum lasted only a second, and the initial burn died back down to a more general mix of reds and oranges. That brazier would remain lit for the entire conference, and the flames would be collected again once it was over to be used next year. Just like how Ho-Oh's fire burned in that brazier, the spirit of the conference and the will to fight would burn in every competing trainer's heart. "Now then. The boring stuff. Pay attention, Charles Goodshow said. Those words were just for the rows of trainers, and Champion Lance shot the old man a sharp look before stepping off stage, beginning to send the short man furiously whispered words. In the back, the head nurse left alongside the ace trainers to have a quiet discussion, but the head referee stayed behind. That balding man moved up to the microphone to speak about the tournament while all of the trainers and everyone else were still there to listen in. "Welcome." Charles's speeches are always quite enthusiastic. He tends to keep things short. The referee cleared his throat. "But we have not covered the most important part. Listen closely. I am going to explain exactly how this year's Silver Conference will work." With just that line, he captured the full attention of every person here. "With 256 competitors, we will go through 8 rounds of battles to establish this year's conference champion. Unlike usual, we'll be sticking to the basics, following a classic bracket format with no twists or alternate rounds," the head referee explained. "The only exception to this will happen in the finals. There, the 2 defeated trainers from the semifinals will have a match to establish third place, and then, only then, will we have our final match to determine this year's champion. But that only concerns 4 of you," the referee continued as he slowly panned his gaze over the rows of trainers. "We have only a single week, 7 days to get through those 8 rounds, and due to the expanded number of competitors this year, expect the conference's schedule to be highly compressed." His nose scrunched up. "On the first day alone, 192 battles will take place. Expect to see the full first 2 rounds be completed then." There was the slightest of sour tones to his voice, and murmurs erupted in the crowd. "Half of you will fight 2 battles that day. 3/4 of you will face elimination. My hope is that you enter those battles prepared. For most of you, those will be the only battles you see, so do not hold back. Don't make the foolish mistake of trying to keep too much hidden. It is better to try and face defeat than it is to not try and lose without ever showing off your best." He went on to let that statement linger, and he once again looked at each and every trainer here. "I suppose I'm meant to comment on Lance's announcement here, but," he sighed and wiped his forehead. "If Charles wanted to push past that, then I will too. The only thing I'll state is that you should keep in mind that there is more than just this tournament going on." The rest of what he spoke about was far less serious, mostly just going over how opponents would be assigned. Battles would be randomized mostly. Trainers had been ranked by approximate power, and rather than a true randomization across the entire tournament, trainers would have a range from which they could draw their opponents. Hearing that, Sam frowned. "Since I'm at the end, I won't be fighting anyone that strong. Or even anyone I know. Reedy and Xavier are too far above me. I doubt I can face anyone ranked above half." The overall intention with the pseudo-random matches was to keep the fairness of randomization while also ensuring there was never too much of a difference in strength. There was the slight implication that weaker trainers would get further in than they otherwise would, but by the 3rd or 4th round, the overall number of competitors would be so far reduced that trainers would be up to fight anyone who was still in their round. And as a final note, you will not know who you are fighting next until after the previous round is over, the head referee said. You only need to worry about your upcoming fight. The next round's opponents will only be announced after everyone else has already gone. We start tomorrow morning and will be using every arena, he said, finishing his short speech. Try your hardest, and I wish you luck. But always remember that the league will be watching. This part of the opening ceremony ended just like that. Voices began to spread throughout the arena as everyone discussed their hopes for the upcoming tournament. The conversations came from both the crowd and the trainers below. Sam shot Reedy a glance. She was practically bouncing on her feet in excitement. Other trainers looked similarly giddy, but there were those whose faces were unreadable. Xavier was among them. Behind, as they all left the field, a band and a variety of performers started to move onto the arena floor. The league wanted the opening ceremony to be more exciting than just a few talks, and with so many people having tuned in for this was the perfect chance to show off Pokémon performing in more than just a battling role. But, as the rows and rows of trainers began to leave to give the performers room, Sam sent one final look over his shoulder up at Ho-Oh's flames. This was the conference. He and his team had made it, but he had to remember that moving through the rounds would not be easy. This would be a true test of his team's strength. Yet, despite the weight of that challenge, Sam didn't feel nervous. He only felt confident. After all of those weeks and months of his team's dedicated effort, there was no other possible outcome. In the end, they would stand at the top. He had made sure of it. All of the match UPS were revealed within the Pokémon Center that night. The screens above the nurse's counter rotated through the match pairs, listed beneath the usual checkup information. Since it took a while for the display to rotate through all of the competitors, trainers could also go up to the counter to request information on their next opponent's identity, or they could find the listed matches on the nearby bulletin board. However, that board was so crowded that Sam chose to sit back and wait for his name to appear on the screen. Reedy joined him. While waiting, they stood in silence and stared out into the room, carefully observing all of their fellow competitors. Sam didn't miss the way that several of them watched them back. Though he had personally placed last, people hadn't exactly paid much attention to other trainers' rankings. To them, he was still the trainer who had won the very first preliminary match with just a single Pokémon. For that reason, Sam was a threat, and Reedy held a similar weight in their heads. Eventually, when Reedy learned of her opponent, she wished Sam luck and then surprised him by running up to her room for research. When Sam learned of his opponent, he did the same, and he found that they were someone. Honestly, he had no idea who they were. However, his opponent had to have been an experienced trainer to make it here, but they weren't anyone Sam had encountered before. All he knew was their team, official battle record, and the events of all of their archived matches. The league's website honestly listed a lot. But what Sam also knew was a fact from Typhlosion: he knew that starter Pokémon were strong. Just that fact alone said a great deal about his first opponent. After all, the trainer he'd be facing, Rolando, had 3 starter Pokémon on his team. Alongside a Rapidash, Starmie, and Victreebel, Rolando was listed to have an Ivysaur, Wartortle, and Charmeleon. Sam was able to watch all of them in action thanks to the videos on the league's website. Just from a first glance, Sam could tell Rolando always preferred to use a Firegrass Water Core. And, from the recordings, he could also tell Rolando frequently relied on coverage moves to win his fights, using the advantage of constant, super effective attacks to pressure his opponents until they fell. It was a simple strategy, but it was an effective one. Though Rolando had never won any of the 3 tournaments he participated in, he had managed to reach the semi-finals twice. I don't know if he's going to use any of his starter Pokémon, or if he's going to go with his non-starter core, Sam mumbled to his team as he leaned back and watched a battle recording for what felt like the 50th time tonight, but we should probably expect an even spread of types. In all of his recorded battles, he never doubled up. Every one of Sam's ghost types crowded the Pokémon Center bedroom behind him, and the only source of light in there was a tiny monitor screen set on top of a small, wooden desk. His Pokémon pushed and shoved and tried to peer out from the darkness behind Sam's head, but they settled down once Gengar and Mismagius reminded the many Ghastly and Haunter that they could occupy the same space by sinking into a shadow. Rolando. Our first opponent. We're looking him up, and he'll be looking us up, which means what he'll see is, Sam hummed. He'll be aware of all of you except for Trevenant and Drawcloak. Except, he'll also think I just have a Primeape and a pure fire-type Typhlosion. He'll know I have a tricky team. He'll expect a tricky, ghost-type leaning team. But Rolando won't know that we're a pure ghost-type one, Sam continued, still whispering. He'll probably think Gengar is the biggest threat, but he'll also know I have strong, non-ghost types to pull out in my back pocket. Sam then blinked. Except, he started, Typhlosion won't be that great against 2/3 of his team, so I wouldn't want to use her, and then he'll probably expect that. But then he'll probably expect that I'll expect that, and then he knows that I know, and then all of that together means. Gengar burst into laughter. Sam's reasoning was ridiculous. Not only was he trying to anticipate his opponent's choices, he was also trying to anticipate how his opponent would anticipate his own choices. There was a give and take here, and Sam knew he'd be liable to go insane if he tried to predict every possible outcome. However, this was exactly why having a core strategy was so good, it gave him specific yet reliable plans to fall back on. We have 2 battles to win tomorrow, but we only need to focus on the first for now. As much as the referee said to give it our all, we also have to strike a balance. We have to conserve stamina, strategy, and energy. How much do we want to reveal, and how much do we want to use? I know we usually play slowly, but if we can make our battle go fast. He paused. Actually, what if we make our battle go fast, he asked. What if we just sweep? Outright trying to set up a sweep wasn't exactly a strategy that worked in high levels of play, but this was probably the only round it'd be viable. Teams would still be small. Trainers won't have revealed much. As much as specifics about Rolando's strategies would be unknown, the same would be true for Sam's. So though the plan was kind of obvious, Sam realized he could do it. A sweep in the first round wouldn't require fainting a full team of 6 Pokémon, only 3. There was a dumb brilliance in its simplicity, and the more Sam thought about it, the more he realized he liked it. As he turned around to check with his team, Mismagius started to giggle, and his 2 physical attackers rotated their arms in preparation. All right, Sam announced. Then that means we have a strategy. And hey. I'm actually kind of surprised. Overall, planning was actually kind of fast. It was late, and as much as he wanted to spend more time working out the details, he also had to recognize he should go to sleep. With potentially 2 matches coming up in one day, being well rested was critically important. So, just past midnight, Sam and his team headed to bed to get that needed rest. 3 Pokémon each, with 4 switches allowed, the referee called out from the side of the field. This battle will follow the standard rules and regulations. Trainers, send out your Pokémon. Sam nodded as he held back his slight laughter at the field before him. For these early rounds, battles would have a chance to be held on one of 4 themed battlefields: rock, grass, ice, or water, with the outcome being random. For his battle, the field failed to benefit either him or his opponent. Rather than anything basic, the ground was covered with a thin layer of ice, and the field itself was interspersed with a handful of frost-covered boulders. This kind of terrain would harshly impact most forms of movement, but Sam wasn't worried. After all, most of his Pokémon could float. But to Sam's surprise, Rolando sent out the Pokémon he least expected to see here, a Rapidash. The horse's hooves should have caused it to slip on the icy floor, but the flames on the Pokémon's ankles heated its hooves, and its feet neatly melted through the ice to give it solid ground to run on. Interesting, Sam mumbled to himself quietly, but it wasn't like Rolando's Pokémon had him change his choice. Mismagius. In a flash, his witchy ghost type appeared on the field. Sam could tell she had wanted a creepy entrance, but with no shadows to rise out of, she just brought up her arms to let darkness pulse from behind her. She let her name out in a wail. Remember our plan, and make this fast, Sam told her quickly. You'll have a chance to rest afterwards, so give it your all and let everyone else handle our next match. Mismagius's eyes were shrouded by the darkness of her hat, but she sent a look back toward Sam that let him see her utter confidence on display. Across from them, Rolando was giving his Pokémon similar words of advice, and his Rapidash trotted in place to demonstrate that its hooves could indeed sear right through the ice on the field. The referee waited a single moment to ensure both trainers were ready. Then, with one last check, he blew his whistle. The only shout that mattered pierced through the air. Begin. Shadow Sneak, Mismagius. To the rocks. Sam yelled. Rapidash, come back. Rolando immediately countered. When the horse disappeared from the field, Sam blinked in surprise. He genuinely hadn't expected a switch so early. He had to remember that they were not facing an inexperienced trainer. Rolando had compared Mismagius's potential to his Rapidash's and judged the match-up to not be in his favor. For everything that his Rapidash could do on the field, he thought another of his Pokémon was better. Venusaur, Rolando named, and the ice cracked under the weight of the heavy Pokémon that appeared. Ah! So it evolved. And he's mixing around his team makeup, too. If a fully evolved starter Pokémon was appearing now of all times, Sam could tell Rolando had taken the head judge's words to heart and was not going to hold back. Continue, the referee said. Nasty plot. Stay hidden and observe. Don't let its attack reach you. Sleep powder. Rolando yelled. Send it everywhere. Cover the entire field. Mismagius shot behind one of those boulders, using the large rock to hide her and let her build up her nasty plot. The gaze from her yellow eyes almost seemed to pierce right through the Venusaur, but the Venusaur just shook, unconcerned with its seemingly absent opponent, and the large flower on its back sent pollen up and out over the entire field. So he prepared for us. Even if Mismagius stays in a shadow, that will be avoidance and not protection. She'll fall asleep the second the pollen touches her darkness. Hiding won't work. We need to go on the offensive. But first, we need to make sure Mismagius isn't hit by Venusaur's powder. Nightshade, Sam said. A sphere of darkness burst into existence around one of those icy boulders, and Mismagius's control over ghost-type energy let her push away any falling speck of sleep powder that drifted near. There! Rolando yelled, and his eyes locked onto Mismagius's darkness. Vine Whip! Grab it! Though Mismagius had pushed away the sleep powder, Venusaur now knew exactly where she was. Vines whipped out from its body, and branch-like tendrils smashed straight through the stone to swipe into Mismagius's nightshade. Venusaur could not see her, but it could feel her, and the shock of her hiding place being destroyed meant she wasn't in a position to avoid this attack. Rather than smash through her like it had smashed through that stone, the Venusaur's vines wrapped around her body, and she was yanked right toward her foe. Beneath them, the ice meant nothing, the Venusaur hadn't moved even a single step. Now! Razor Leaf! Rolando yelled as Mismagius hurtled toward her opponent. He wanted to end this battle quickly, just the same as Sam. It was even a counter to Sam's general strategy. A fast knockout would prevent Sam from setting up or even using that many status moves. That, unfortunately, meant Sam needed to take a risk if he wanted Mismagius to last. Shadow Sneak! Get back, escape! He was ordering Mismagius to take damage here. They already knew that Shadow Sneak did not let her flawlessly phase through moves, but the self-inflicted damage her technique caused would be far less than the damage of Venusaur's Razor Leaf. So before the sharpened, spinning leaves could slice right through her, Mismagius grimaced and turned to shadow just so she could jerk herself back. Her body became something akin to a darkened gas, and the vine whip pulled right through her while the razor leaves passed through a spot she never reached. However, where the vines passed through her body, her purple flesh took on a nasty, discolored gray. And pain split. Sam continued, trying to not give his opponent even a single inch. Synthesis! Rolando countered. Vine whip into razor leaf again. Mismagius held out her arms to channel her injury into a pain split that shared the damage she took. The Venusaur grunted in pain, she recovered a bit of her vitality, and the plant on the grass-type's body glowed to let it undo the drain it had just taken. The following vine whip ended up missing her, but Venusaur hadn't been aiming at Mismagius. Forgotten by the previous exchange, the sleep powder from before that had settled onto the ground was knocked back up into the air. Sam could barely return Mismagius in time before she was put to sleep. And Samuel recalls his Mismagius. What an exciting battle! Already, a fourth Pokémon is being forced out with no feints in this match. The cry of an unknown voice echoed out from the speakers in the arena. Oh yeah, Sam thought to himself, I forgot they had announcers here. He had been so focused on his battle that he had forgotten everything else existed. Across from him, Rolando smiled. The current state of the field was totally against Sam's favor. Venusaur's synthesis meant it had all but recovered from the damage of pain split, and its sleep powder meant there were traps all over the floor. A single vine whip would either hit and deal damage, or it would puff the powder into the air and send Sam's Pokémon straight to sleep. There was also the issue that Venusaur was a tanky Pokémon. It could take several unboosted moves and not faint. Combining that with recovery from synthesis meant Sam's Pokémon would need to undertake a dedicated effort to feint it. Or one really strong attack. Still, the threat of Vine Whip and Sleep Powder couldn't be ignored. Anything he sent out would have trouble approaching it in the first place. Rolando's trying to counter and prevent anything I can do. My team works best when we have the freedom of mobility, but his strategy is to completely prevent that. I suppose I could send out Typhlosion here, but do I really want to use her in the first round? She's the obvious choice, but it's also something he'd expect. After all, why wouldn't I use a fire type against a grass type? But there's another option. Mismagius won't be the one to sweep today. The only good thing about this was that Sam had learned to not underestimate his opponent. Rolando had proven himself to be just as tough as anyone else here with just that previous exchange. And this was only the first round. Faced with limited options, Sam spent a while considering it until the referee called out to him for taking so long. Rolando had already revealed 2 of the 3 Pokémon he would use in this match, and though Sam's choice wasn't the perfect counter due to the type disadvantage, he at least saw an opportunity to take advantage of the team members Rolando had revealed so far. Trevenant. Trevenant might not have had many ways to deal damage to another grass type, but he would at least be immune to most powder-based moves. And, if I'm right, his presence should bait out. Venusaur, return! Rolando shouted. Sam fought to keep his face even. I can't believe he actually took the bait. As expected, Rolando sent out his Rapidash, intending to win this fight with his usual strategy, coverage moves. Trevenant's grass type made the fire type an obvious counter. Rapidash's flames could burn away any lingering powder that reached it, and Rolando seemed convinced that those same flames could easily take out a relatively immobile tree. And just like it had demonstrated at the start of the battle, the Rapidash's superheated hooves sank into the icy floor. Trevenant went through a similar motion to stab his roots into the ground. Between the two of them, Trevenant was more uncomfortable with the chill, and he also seemed to be less mobile in a fight. Continue, the referee said. Rapidash took off running immediately. It lowered its head while letting flame coat its body. Flare Blitz! Rolando called out. For Johto, this was an uncommon attack. The fire that wrapped around the Rapidash's body meant most of Trevenant's moves wouldn't work. Forest's Curse would fail, and the same was true of Leech Seed. Also, the second the Flare Blitz impacted, he would take super effective damage, to boot. Still, that just meant Sam needed to ensure Trevenant would go unharmed. Phantom Force, he said. With a single step back, Trevenant completely disappeared. Off to the side, the referee held up a whistle in preparation with a slight frown crossing his face. It hit Sam then that Phantom Force was much like Hex, a move almost unknown in Johto. From the referee's perspective, Trevenant had just disappeared from the field. He wasn't aware of exactly what Trevenant was about to do or even what Trevenant had done, but he was prepared to call for a penalty if Phantom Force wasn't a real move. We'll need to make this quick, otherwise the referee might think I just ordered Trevenant to escape. As the Rapidash charged right through where Trevenant had just stood, it left a trail of watery hoof steps behind it. However, right where the Rapidash had started, Trevenant reappeared, and he was far enough away to give himself a chance to use a new move. Growth, Sam said. Rolando frowned. Use Flamethrower. If they want to stay at range, then we'll let them stay at range. A strong exhale saw the Rapidash's flames consume Trevenant, but he crunched down on a berry. His citrus berry's juices healed him, and he used Phantom Force to disappear once more and reappear behind one of those icy rocks. Flare Blitz, Rolando said, immediately changing gears. Chase the Trevenant. Remove its hiding spaces. Go right through the stone. As it stood, the cover protected Trevenant and gave him more time for more uses of growth. However, Rolando wasn't willing to grant Sam's Pokémon any cover, and the Rapidash charged right through the boulder with ease, utterly shattering it and easily changing direction to smash through the next one. It never let up. Each time it broke a boulder, Flare Blitz saw it take damage from recoil, but it kept going despite that. Trevenant's Phantom Force let him reposition and stall, but over time, every potential hiding space on the field was reduced to nothing but rubble. Clearly, Rolando expected his Rapidash to handle Trevenant regardless of his stalling, but he was taking a risk. He was giving Trevenant the chance to repeatedly store energy with growth, but at the same time, growth only increased offenses, not defense. Already, Rolando had learned that a single flamethrower would force Trevenant to eat his citrus berry. In a way, his strategy wasn't even wrong. It was just misguided. Phantom Force, Sam ordered again. As the very last stone shattered from the flare blitz, Trevenant disappeared, and the Rapidash slowed to a halt, huffing and puffing from all of the self-inflicted damage it just took. The heat of its flames and its cross-field charge meant the previously icy floor was now just a muddy brown. Yet, for all this time, Trevenant had been building up. As he reappeared in the open directly across from the Rapidash, his soul red eye locked onto it, almost daring it to attack. His iris glowed brighter than ever before. "One last move, Rapidash," Rolando said, no doubt to his voice. "We've set up the field to win. Don't worry about going any longer, just take it out with one last hit. Use Fire Blast." Much stronger than Flamethrower, Fire Blast was a legitimate threat. Even with the delay of Phantom Force, the attack's explosive burst would see the entire field be covered with heat. But Sam remained quiet. Trevenant had a counter. After all, Trevenant's entire strategy was about defense. If Typhlosion could use Detect, why couldn't he take inspiration from that and figure out Protect? Dipping into his stored energy, Trevenant brought up his arms to infuse himself with strength, and flames hurtled down from the sky. When the fire blast exploded, its fire passed over him harmlessly. Sam didn't need to say anything else before Trevenant suddenly fell through the floor, and he practically hopped out of the ground right behind Rapidash. It neighed in fright. Still, this was a strong Pokémon, and as tired as it wasn't one to pull back from an opponent's attack. Reflexively, it jabbed its horn right into Trevenant's chest. He took it. And then his arms wrapped around its neck. "No. Flare Blitz, quickly." Trevenant was burning. So was the Rapidash. Sam could see a glaze that seemed to overtake Trevenant's eyes. Bad memories. But Trevenant was not the same Pokémon he was back then. He'd been traveling with Sam, and he was on a team that supported him. He was surrounded by friends. His bark tore open for him to let out a horrible wail, a war cry. He then used that motion to throw himself over onto the Rapidash's back. Roots and claws jabbed into the fire-type's body, and though the move he used was resisted, his horn leech was boosted many times over from all of the energy he'd built with growth. Rapidash ran, burned itself, and tried to get Trevenant off, but it failed its every attempt. Rolando couldn't exactly return his Pokémon with Trevenant clutched to its back. And, no matter how much the Rapidash ran back and forth, it could not get him to fall. Trevenant's horn leech drained it more and more, and then whatever energy it had left vanished. Eyes rolling up into its head, the Rapidash collapsed. It slid across the floor. Funnily enough, the now muddy field actually helped Trevenant. Since the Rapidash's collapse sent him falling, the mud put out his burn. He might have been lightly scorched, but he was otherwise healthy. His leaves were bright green and full of energy, and the light from his eye pierced through the shadows that dripped off of him from the mud. Charmeleon, Rolando stuttered. There was something about the fear in Rolando's voice that made Sam smile. As a Pokémon so close to a dragon type, the Charmeleon did not back down from a threat. Immediately, it charged Trevenant with its claws glowing. Rolando did not stop it. Trevenant's own claw, one wreathed in shadow, snapped out to grab the Pokémon's throat. Before the Charmeleon could do anything else, he had already thrown it to the floor, and he went on to drain it with Horn Leech until it was knocked out. Rolando recalled that Pokémon, too. Venusaur, he named next. His heavy, defensive Pokémon appeared on the field, but Trevenant was still healthy. When the Vine Whip was called for, Trevenant was already gone. After only a few short seconds, the Venusaur let out a horrible cry when Trevenant burst out of its shadow underneath it. Being struck in its vulnerable stomach, Trevenant's Phantom Force landed critically. The Venusaur coughed once before falling flat, eyes closing, and Trevenant pulled himself out from underneath. And that was that. I have never seen such an impressive turnaround in such an early match. Just like his bout in the preliminaries, Samuel Greyson's Pokémon has swept through his opponent's team. The battle is over. The referee called the match in Sam's favor, of course, and Rolando seemed slightly stunned before returning his Venusaur. He had earned all 8 gym badges, but he had been crushed just like that. Meanwhile, Sam had established himself as a threat in his preliminary battle, and that had been proven to not be a fluke after this match. "Good battle," Sam said. "Good battle," Rolando replied, shaking Sam's hand at the side of the field to avoid all of the mud. "Ugh. It was a good battle, but I can't be happy about it. You didn't get to experience my trick. The sleep powder. No. The Pokémon I used. I normally go with grass water fire for a reason, but this time I went with grass fire fire. I thought that was clever enough to catch you off guard, and with that much light from their flames, Rolando let out a sigh. It didn't exactly work. Sam left the field after thanking Rolando for a good match one last time, and they both waved to the audience before disappearing into the tunnels below. With this, Rolando was eliminated, and Sam would be moving on to the next round later today. Except, he might have just revealed most of what Trevenant could do as well as just how aggressive he was now running his team. Though it wasn't a true reflection of his strategy, he had still won with that, and his future opponents would work harder to be prepared. Oops! Chapter 159. Sam was able to meet back up with his mother and catch Reedy's match. The schedule was incredibly tight, and battles were happening one after the other. Each battlefield type had its own sub-arena, and trainers were given the additional option of a default battlefield within the main arena itself. Matches were staggered to start every few minutes, never simultaneously, and trainers were given 15 minutes to fight alongside 5 minutes for after-battle cleanup. The schedule wasn't perfect. Some matches went over, and some went under, but it averaged out well enough. With that 20-minute block reserved per competitor, and with 5 possible arenas, a total of 15 battles could take place in an hour. However, the first and second rounds were both set to take place today and were the largest rounds overall. 128 battles would make up the first round, and another 64 would make up the second. With the current rate, it would take almost 13 hours to get through all of the battles if everything ended on time. And that didn't even account for the 1-hour lunch break that was scheduled to take place between rounds. The only bright side about this 14-hour schedule was that it ensured all upcoming single-day rounds would be easier. Still, it was like the tournament was front-loading all of its exhaustion, and then everyone would need to carry that forward. Many were worried. Though the air was rife with both tension and an innate desire to battle, Reedy's match went in her favor easily enough. Her opponent had the strange specialization of Pokémon that were both water and ground. Her team didn't exactly have any useful grass-type moves, but her strategy still earned her the win. Rather than do anything to hide her team members or follow through with a complicated plan, Reedy went with the simple strategy of assigning team members to specific opponents, and then she did whatever she could to ensure those match UPS were sustained. In a 3-on-3 match, she wanted to use all 3 of her Pokémon against only one opponent each, so whenever her opponent switched, she would switch as well. Since the trainer she fought lacked anything that could affect either's freedom to recall their Pokémon, Reedy was always able to adjust the matchup to be what she wanted. Her opponent was unable to stop her, and he was forced to fight in a battle that was solely determined by her. Ursaring tore into and practically buried a Quagsire. Porygon stayed out of range and used Tri-Attack to freeze a Gastrodon. Dragonair made an appearance, much to the delight of the audience, and she managed to pin a Swampert through a clever use of Twister. Already, just Dragonair on her own was enough to get Reedy a following, but the presence of her unique Porygon 2 was also earning her cheers. When her match ended, Reedy waved to her growing number of fans and went up to the referee to whisper in his ear. Somehow, she convinced him to turn on his mic, and then, of course, the entire arena learned of her family's business. "Yeah, I don't know why they let me do that," Reedy said afterward as she reclined against a tree in a park near the conference grounds. "Like, I've done that in all of my previous tournaments. Why wouldn't I do that here?" "I guess they expected more decorum," Sam offered flatly. He stood at the bottom of a small slope, only a few feet away. "It is an interesting marketing strategy," his mother added from where she stood closer to the park's edge. "I certainly didn't expect it." "Well, it works," Reedy exclaimed. "I asked my parents about it, and after the beginners tournament, interested phone calls went up a full 25%. Of course, she meant 4 phone calls had turned into 5, but her parents' construction company mainly took on big jobs that resulted in large payments. Even just a single extra phone call was a victory in her books. It might not have led to a job, but it did mean there were more people aware of her family's business out there. "And what about you?" Reedy said, looking over to Sam's mother. "You don't want your bookstore mentioned?" "It's a local business in another region," she replied with a casual wave. "I get enough customers as it stands, and too much attention would overwhelm me with work. I wouldn't be able to handle all of that." "But you could hire more workers. And then you could franchise. That'd be pretty swell, right?" Sam's mother went quiet when faced with Reedy's smile. "It would, wouldn't it?" she whispered under her breath. Next to her, Sabai was crouched next to Delcatty, and for some reason, both Pokémon shivered. What about you, Sam? Think it'd be worth it? Reedy asked. Hey! He looked away from where he'd been staring at the motionless Trevenant before him. He hadn't expected to be called on. Advertising your mom's business? Getting her name out there? Reedy offered. Oh, sure. If she wants it, I guess, he said. Sam turned back to Trevenant, and Trevenant continued to stand in place where he was rooted under the early afternoon sun. His battle had seen him push himself to the extreme, while repeated uses of growth had resulted in the sweep Sam had sought. Trevenant had used Phantom Force faster than he had ever used it before, and he had to control a massive amount of energy to feint his opponents as quickly as he did. Is Trevenant okay? Reedy asked. Her voice was quiet. He's fine, Sam said with a sigh. He's just exhausted. Thankfully, the Pokémon Center had treated Trevenant the best they could, but for him to fully recover, he needed rest, and as a grass type, that meant he needed light. His ghost type half did make it so he was better off if that light came from the moon, but the sun's light worked well enough, and his roots were letting him absorb needed nutrients from the earth. Trevenant stood as still as his tree-like body would imply. It would be a while until he was truly ready to move, and Sam stepped back to give him room, walking up the hill to deposit himself at Reedy's side. The nurses said he's tapped out. Growth granted him a bunch of energy, but it also took all of his focus. His body is sturdy enough that he could take plenty of hits if we needed him to, but when it comes to actually using moves, he's better off resting before doing anything like that. Reedy hummed. She'd seen Sam's match. And Miss Magius. Fine. A little shaken after those vine whips, but she did well to buy space for Trevenant. So does that mean they'll be good for your next match? You said you wanted to use them again, right? Trainers can use 4 Pokémon in the next round. Are these 2 part of your plan? Faced with such a sudden onslaught of curious questions, it took Sam a second to respond. I'm not sure yet, he said, looking back at Trevenant. Truthfully, he still didn't have a plan. It was the break between rounds, and Sam wanted to spend this time thinking, relaxing, and preparing for his next match. People were wandering and exploring the city around them. With the tournament's start, there were a bunch of new arrivals. Even more would show up when the finals took place. But Sam was more focused on the tournament itself than the people. Before heading out here with Reedy, he had checked to see who his next opponent would be, and Reedy had done the same. Unlike him, she was currently reveling in the fact that her next opponent would use a team of electric types. 2 of those Pokémon had taken heavy hits in the previous round to be knocked out, and the flying type on that trainer's team had looked like it was already exhausted. Given that her opponent's team only consisted of 5 Pokémon, and with just how much Ursaring had been practicing his ground-type moves, Reedy was in a strong position to overtake and sweep. Meanwhile, Sam's opponent was significantly more complicated. He had all of their details in his league-labeled notebook, and he brought it out just to give them another read-through. While the next trainer he was set to face wasn't anyone he recognized, they were a psychic-type specialist, and though Sam's team should have had the advantage, that wasn't exactly good news. Psychic types excelled at both prediction and coverage. Their type was basically the king of handling and dishing out special attacks. With Trevenant so tired, 4 out of the 5 remaining core members of Sam's team heavily relied on special moves, and that would likely make most knockouts more difficult than average. There was also the fact that his team would be vulnerable to many of his opponent's Pokémon. Although the Ghost type was super effective against the Psychic type, Shadow Ball was the most common non-Psychic type move that Psychic types learned. Also, there was the issue of his team's mobility being countered by a Psychic type's mobility. Moving through shadows meant little when your opponent could instantly shift positions with teleport. I'm worried, but I'm often worried about a lot, Sam said, shifting back so he could lean against the trunk of the tree. What if we don't beat them? What if getting here was just a fluke? What if the rankings were right, and we really are in last? Sam. But those questions are stupid, he said as he clenched a held-up fist. Doubting yourself? That's easy to do, but all that does is drag you down. So I'm done with that. It's not worth questioning myself or my team. We're here now, we've earned our place, and we have a battle coming up. My focus is entirely on finding a way to win. From atop the small hill, his mother smiled. I know we can do this, he continued, but the problem is finding the right strategy. And then also, how much of my team do I want to reveal? The more we show off in each battle, the more other trainers will be able to make counters for us. Sam remembered the head referee's initial warning to not hold back, but he still wanted to see if he could at least save some of his team members as a surprise. Except, for this upcoming round, he doubted he could get away with using less than the recommended maximum Psychic-type Pokémon at this level were always strong. He might have succeeded with using 1 Pokémon in the preliminaries and 2 Pokémon in the first round, but for this second round match, he'd likely need to use all 4 allowed. This would especially be true if he didn't want to subject one of his Pokémon to something like Trevenant's exhaustion and force them to carry that tiredness forward. That meant that he would have to reveal at least something. And between the 5 or so healthy Pokémon he had left, 3 of them would be surprises. Typhlosion, Annihilape, Dracloak. They're all species not seen in Johto. Trevenant was at least native to the region, but his species was just rare. Most people in this tournament were primarily using Pokémon from Johto and Kanto, but a few were using species from Hoenn and Sinnoh. A number of trainers, one even less than them, were using 1 or 2 Pokémon only ever found further away. So, I don't get it, Reedy said, tilting her head to the side with a frown. What's the point? Sam sent her a look. What do you mean by what's the point? Well, what's the point of hiding your team, she clarified. Sam needed a moment to understand what she was trying to ask. It's strategy, he answered. I want to hide someone so I can always have a surprise. If I hold 1 or 2 of my team members back, people won't know what to plan for, and then when I use them in battle, whoever I face won't have a counter to the Pokémon they fight. After chewing on that idea, Reedy shifted around to send her full gaze at Sam. He tried his best not to wiggle in place, uncomfortable by the weight of her stare. But does that actually help? Her words felt more like a statement than a question. Of course it does. Like I said, it prevents my opponents from making PLA. But not everyone you face is going to be so focused on planning like you are, Reedy interrupted. And after that initial surprise, most people will just adapt. Sam was silent. Like, I get holding some stuff back, maybe a few strategies or a handful of moves, but you're planning to hold back way more. I mean, you're trying not to use entire sections of your team. Reedy exclaimed. Hiding something is usually less about the Pokémon themselves and more about hiding what they can do. With how you fight, you always try to have all of your Pokémon play off of each other, but now you're talking about stopping yourself from doing that just for one moment of surprise. Reedy suddenly stopped herself to go quiet and tap her chin. Hold on, how does that phrase go? She asked. You're cutting off your arm to spite your face. That's not how the phrase goes, and it doesn't apply, Sam grumbled. His mother chuckled, and Reedy waved him off. Whatever. You get what I mean. Battles are already limited, so I don't see the point in limiting yourself further. Everyone here is giving it their all, so this kind of talk is almost kind of insulting. Do you really want to hurt your chances just for a single surprise? Do you really want to risk holding back and never revealing your team members in the first place? Silent, Sam sent her a frustrated look, but she stared right back without even blinking an eye. That stare-off lasted for several long seconds before Sam turned away, and he knew. Reedy was right. He didn't have a response. He honestly couldn't have a response. For once, Reedy was the one giving him advice on strategy, and she had basically taken his whole plan and picked it apart. In his opinion, the biggest part of the conference was the information game, but not everyone played on the same field. Chuck had already told him that some trainers were more instinctual fighters and that others were better at making plans. Surprises were all but useless against one and were only somewhat effective against the other. With Trevenant forced to stay out of the next match, Sam had 5, maybe 6 Pokémon to choose from. With 3 species that he wanted to keep hidden, he was cutting his potential options in half. Realistically, he would need to reveal at least a few of them. He thought about it, quietly grumbling to himself while weighing Reedy's advice in his head. Beneath him, Trevenant was still recovering, and Sam knew he couldn't risk exhausting his Pokémon again in the battles over the coming days. Except, I need to actually reach those battles before I can start worrying about them. Do you agree with her, Mom? Sam asked. A pause. I do. She's right, came his mother's reply. Sam let out a breath, recognizing his tough position. He was forced to ask himself a question. Did he really want to throw out all of his plans just because they were making him worse off? Yet. I probably do. Ugh. Sam scratched at the sides of his head out of annoyance. Why was I doing that? I almost just completely screwed myself over. I would have held back my best fighters just because I didn't want to reveal them, but if I don't reveal them, then when would I do that? Holding back against a team of psychic types would have cost me my next fight, and then I would have trashed everything we've been waiting to do all season. You're welcome. Reedy said cheerily, sitting up with a grin. You can always count on me to snap you out of bad ideas. You're not allowed to lose until we have our fight. She didn't need to look so irritatingly smug when she said that. If there's a lesson here, then it's one that's inspired by the ghost type, Sam said after taking a bit more time to think. Ghosts are great at hiding, but more than anything else, they're great at landing scares. He could have continued to hold his team members back and continued to effectively stay hidden from the competition, but the longer he hid, the more chances he had to be discovered and lose his opportunity. Like a ghost type, he needed to know when to strike, and he was starting to recognize that time was now. If I'm going to stop holding back in the next round, I think I should go big, Sam said slowly to himself. What are you planning? Reedy asked. He didn't answer. He just smiled. Reedy was right, it was time for the big reveal. As much attention as a drip feed of slow surprises could provide, it made more sense to strike with everything he had for the grandest scare possible. Despite all of his time spent training, he had no way to guarantee he'd make it into the next rounds. He needed to do something like this now before an unhappy elimination, and what better time to do it than against a truly difficult opponent. So, after only a bit more conversation, Sam came to his decision and came up with a plan. When his second match finally rolled around later today, he would bring everyone out, and he would reveal the true depths of his team to shock this side of the world. Unknown to most people, or at least only known to the more observant people around, officials from the Pokémon League had their own sealed box in which they could observe the main arena's matches. One wall was nothing more than one-way glass that allowed the people inside to stare out without receiving any stares in return. And, just behind it, 3 rows of seats were set up to allow the people within to sit comfortably. In the back of the room, a muted television played the official conference broadcast, and a long table was covered in snack foods free for anyone to take. When Morty stepped into that upper box, it was noisy. A small group of kids was pressed against the window, cheering their hearts out at the end of the previous match. Out of the 5 of them, 2 kids had been supporting one competitor, and another 2 had been supporting the other. But that was only 4. The 5th was cheering, but his intentions were more subtle. While he was here with his friends on behalf of Azalea's gym, he also kept sending glances toward someone else sitting in the room. That's Bugsy, if I'm remembering correctly, Morty mused to himself as he closed the door behind him. I believe he's been pushing for Azalea to have a single gym leader. Something about not wanting them to fall behind? There weren't too many other people in the room. Not every gym leader and elite came to the conference to watch it in person. Morty knew that Chuck usually hosted an event alongside all of his gym trainers in Keionwood City. Jasmine was too shy to show up in person, Price refused to set foot on official league property unless utterly necessary, and Walker probably only paid the slightest bit of attention to the conference via radio. Probably. Walker was still out there, somewhere. He had yet to return to his gym after his last outing. Last Morty had heard, Walker still hadn't shown up, and his son was still the de facto leader of Violet City's gym. Overall, that meant the total number of people in this room was small in number. Though Goldenrod City was hosting its own viewing event, Whitney was present here and was indulging in the free snacks set to the side. Morty himself was also present, of course, but he was the only other gym leader in the room. However, that didn't mean he was the only other person. His shadow wasn't stretching out as much as usual, and he brought his gaze over to the corner, where an old woman stood where she wouldn't otherwise be immediately seen. His team hadn't been reacting for a reason, they knew to not misbehave in Agatha's presence. Morty sent a polite nod to that member of the Elite Four, but Agatha's gaze remained firmly locked on the field below. He then tried to move to take a seat next to the same person Bugsy kept sending stares to. However, before he could reach where Champion Lance sat at the front, he was interrupted by someone else, one of the many people observing and taking notes on the conference's competitors. Why, if it isn't Gym Leader Morty himself. With how crowded this room is becoming, it's almost like we're having a party. Morty froze at the sudden greeting. Somehow, he had completely missed this man before his sudden presence at his side. He also did his best to suppress his double take. He hadn't expected one of the conference's observers to be so colorfully dressed. Call me Will, psychic type specialist extraordinaire, the strangely dressed man said. As you can tell, I'm assisting the champion with his observations. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mortimer. Morty chucked. Do you mind if I just call you Will? Will, psychic type specialist extraordinaire, is a mouthful. Will laughed. That would be just fine, just fine. Preferred, in fact. It'd be difficult to hold a conversation if I required everyone to use all of my names at once. Even with the mask that covered the upper half of his face, Will's eyes glinted in amusement, and he turned back toward the field. Morty sent a glance to where Lance was seated at the very front, and he saw that the champion was using a flat tray meant for food to continue going through his piles of paperwork. Morty had wanted to sit next to the champion to see his reaction to this upcoming match, but with Lance so busy, he chose to silently sit in the furthest back row instead. This next match involves quite the curious pair, Will said, following Morty from behind but remaining standing. Below, the two trainers in the arena moved off to make room for the next battle. A psychic type specialist against a ghost type specialist. One side with a supposed advantage or perhaps not. There's an interesting quirk shared between them, and I'll note there's an interesting number of observers present for this match as well. When Morty looked up to check on Will behind him, he saw that the other man was staring back, practically begging for Morty to ask him to explain. All right. I'll bite, Morty said. Care to explain? Will threw his head back for a laugh. He struck a pose with a hand covering his face. I've helped train both trainers down there, he exclaimed. And we haven't had this many people in the room for any match yet. It's curious both you and Agatha are newcomers for this battle. Something about a trainer involved, perchance. Will tapped his pen to his cheek as he sent a look to the corner. Hearing the revelation in the strange man's words, Morty followed Will's gaze. Agatha refused to acknowledge either of them. Her eyes remained solidly locked onto the field, but Morty could tell she was at least listening in. For some reason, she didn't look as relaxed as usual. Her fingers were ever so slightly tense on the crown of her cane. If I'm right, she was the one who prevented Tiflosion's evolution from being reported. Though curious about her motives, Morty returned to watching the empty field. So you trained them, Will? Whitney said with her mouth full, looking up from where she'd been stuffing her face with snacks while forcing herself to swallow her last bite. If you're an observer, isn't that a conflict of interest? No, no. No conflict of interest here. I'm quite adept at remaining objective, Will said, but his smile almost seemed to betray his words. Both trainers below called in similar favors. The ghostly one came to me more due to a coincidence than anything else, but the one so aligned with Moy? Well. You'll never guess what kind of help he wanted. Psychic type help. Whitney offered. Help with countering super effective moves, of course, Will replied happily. An announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, coming from a pair of casters sitting in their own, smaller box set off to the side. Their words were muffled, color commentary wasn't needed for the people in this room. But the muted television on the wall did display information on the upcoming competitors. Trainer Samuel versus Trainer Nelson. A ghost-type specialist versus a psychic-type specialist. It was yet another second-round match taking place on the main field, set so late in the day. And seeing that information, Morty sent a subtle glance to Agatha once more. Curious that this is happening on the main field. Did you put your finger on the scales for this too, Agatha? Well. I'm certainly interested in the outcome of this match, Will said, bringing his pen to his clipboard. And I'm certainly interested in why you and Agatha both decided to grace us with your presence at once. Will smiled curiously, but Morty stayed silent. When he didn't answer, Will just shook his head with an exaggerated shrug, and all of his attention was brought back to the field. Mostly. Now then. Before we begin, I'll ask once again if anyone has any bets for this match, Will announced while holding up his clipboard. 100 on the psychic trainer. Morty was forced to shove back his disbelief when he realized it was the champion himself who had spoken. Lance didn't even blink, he didn't even look up from his work, and Will wrote the champion's bet down. 10 on the psychic. 20 on the psychic guy. 15 on the ghost. Will furiously wrote down all of the numbers from the Azalea children as well. Whitney offered a small sum of her own, too. And then, from the corner, a single voice echoed out. 1,000 on the ghost, Agatha declared. The room went silent outside of Will's scribbling, and when Morty turned around, Agatha looked just as unhappy as ever. It didn't even seem like she had just spoken. But, for some reason, Morty got the strangest sense that he would have seen a smile if he had turned around ever so slightly faster. "I'll match Lance's bet but on SA the ghost-type trainer," Morty said, quickly correcting himself halfway through. Will smiled at the slip-up but still wrote Morty's bet down. Enough time had passed that the two trainers below had already moved up to the field, and the referee was in the process of restating the rules. This match would consist of 4 Pokémon, with trainers having access to 5 switches each. Everything was standard, as expected, and when the announcements finished, a pair of Pokeballs were tossed into the air. 2 Pokémon were released onto the field. A clatter came from the front of the room. "What Pokémon is that?" Lance said, shooting up from his seat and knocking his papers to the ground. His voice was serious. "Surprised? Commanding? Nervous?" Morty laughed. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "It's a ghost type," Agatha said for him. With Lance's sudden alertness, the room became dead silent. The champion's eyes did not leave the serpentine Pokémon floating across from a gesturing Mr. Mime. Eventually, Lance whispered one thing. "No. It's a dragon." And Morty shifted around in his seat, trying to get comfortable. Turned out, Sam had more surprises in his pocket than Morty would have thought. Chapter 160. "I can believe that it's a dragon type, but surely a Pokémon can have 2 types," Will said. "It doesn't only need to be a dragon or a ghost. It could easily be both at once." A shared exhale was released throughout the room, and Lance cleared his throat out of embarrassment. Just like that, the tension that had sparked up from Sam's new species seemed to have broken all at once. "You're being facetious," Morty drawled in his seat. "Of course it's both." Lance was just being dramatic, like he usually. He stopped himself when he saw the smile on Will's masked face. The corners of the man's mouth had quirked up, and he seemed proud to have garnered that reaction. With a snort, Morty recognized the pointlessness of continuing this and brought his focus back to the field. Below, the battle had already started, and the Mr. Mime was pressing its hands against the air, vigorously crafting a full wall of invisible screens. Sam's new Pokémon Drawcloak, the television stated, cried its name and darted to the side. Morty was genuinely surprised at just how fast it could move, and it sent a strange, tannish energy out that seemed to splatter against the Mr. Mime's unseen defenses. Unfortunately for the Mime Pokémon, the Drawcloak's energy seemed to creep around the screens like a mass of skittering insects. Though the attack's momentum was slowed, when it soon reached the Mr. Mime, the move's effects covered and sank into it, almost appearing as a swarm that crawled all over its body. Frankly, Morty had never seen such a disturbing attack. That was a bug-type move. The comment came from the group of children. "Bugsy," Morty was pretty sure. "It's a new one. An interesting one. And if I'm right about how it works, it looks like that Mr. Mime can't switch." Bugsy's comment was proven correct when Nelson tried to return his Pokémon for a better matchup. However, his Pokeball's light was broken by the squirming energy that covered the Mime on the field. Sam went on to order a Shadow Ball from his Pokémon, and Nelson was quick to adapt, calling for a rather ingenious play that made use of angled screens. The Shadow Ball slid against the Mr. Mime's defenses to be redirected instead of just breaking apart and weakening the screens if they had been used as a flat guard. "I taught him that," Will said proudly. The Drawcloak's bug-type move meant that the Mr. Mime frequently jerked from the energy biting at it. Something about the move's effects was causing it to take ongoing damage. However, the Psychic type just doggedly continued to craft its walls. The Mr. Mime didn't need to attack, the Shadow Balls launched at it slid around and were redirected. Soon enough, the Drawcloak was forced to avoid its own shots, and the barriers being placed across the field were limiting the total area it could use to dodge. "He's making a maze," Bugsy said. The Mr. Mime looked quite smug. From the side of the room, Whitney walked over, munching on a half-eaten scone in her hand. At the same time, Lance moved back to sit in his seat. He seemed unable to look away from the dragon type that was so unknown to him. When he spoke, everyone went quiet to listen in. "That Drawcloak. I know where it was acquired. There was a stir in my clan, a group of poachers tried to contact us about illegally captured dragon types. Of course, the poachers were arrested before the day was over, but many of the Pokémon they brought here escaped." Lance shook his head. Jasmine eventually reported that the problem was solved, but a handful of those dragon types joined a few trainers' teams. "I've seen some of them in competitions so far, but never did I think I'd see a dragon native to somewhere so far away. Tell me, where is it from?" "Galar," Will answered, and his confidence surprised Morty. Will then went on to provide background commentary, mostly speaking about Mr. Mime and how great it was at resisting unexpected types. Mainly, Will had seen his own completely shrug off dark type attacks without blinking, and certain researchers were even suspecting that resistance was connected to an ability. Filter, they wanted to call it. But of course, if you look closely, young Samuel is not calling for any dragon-type moves. When it comes to Mr. Mime's immunities, a sharp grunt from Lance saw Will go silent. Below, the status of the field changed. The bug-type move from earlier wore off, it wasn't permanent. The Mr. Mime was huffing and puffing from both exertion and chip damage. Rather than risk leaving it out, its trainer brought up a ball to see it be returned instead. A Hypno replaced it. The moment the new psychic type appeared, Sam pointed forward, and his drawcloak shot toward the Pokémon. The Hypno readied a swinging pendulum like a weapon, except... Ha! Bugsy's laugh pierced through the silence of the room. That's U-turn. The drawcloak was faster, and it slammed into the psychic type's chest. The super effective damage saw the Hypno recoil back, and the drawcloak was safely recalled to Sam. According to the League's current rules, U-turn meant drawcloak could be returned without using one of Sam's limited switches. Now then. What will you send out next? Lance mumbled. Sam was quick to change his Pokémon, he likely didn't want to give up his momentum. Thankfully, Morty found himself breathing out in relief when it was only a Gengar that appeared. This matchup would be simple. The two Pokémon on the field had similar goals, to inflict the other with a status. Hypno excelled when using moves like Hypnosis, and Sam had trained his Gengar to have a similar strength. However, that same plan would never work for him, a Hypno was innately unable to sleep. But instead of the exchange of status moves that Morty expected, Nelson looked as though he wanted to take advantage of his Mr. Mime's lingering screens before they faded away over time. His Hypno immediately went on the offensive, attempting to unleash a Psybeam from its pendulum, but Sam's Gengar hopped back with mist pouring out of its mouth. Haze, Agatha unexpectedly named. Gengar faded into that choking fog, but its psychic-type opponent tracked it easily enough. Although it could not be seen, it could be sensed, but the Hypno didn't even need to do that much given how easily it could follow the visible disturbances in the mist. Useless. Pathetic. To think a trick as simple as that would work, Agatha muttered. I don't blame him for trying. Sometimes the simple tricks are the ones that matter. Morty checked on Agatha only to see her glaring at him with a single eye. You foolish boy. I am not speaking of Samuel. I'm criticizing his opponent for falling for such an inane trap. Gengar used that very moment to strike, revealing the disturbances in the fog to have been nothing more than careful manipulations of physical shadows. He burst out of the mist behind the Hypno, and his tongue swiped across its back to send it into a full-body shudder. "And, it's paralyzed," one of the kids said. Morty saw two of the children pass money between them. Nelson grabbed a Pokeball, but he didn't bother to return his Hypno when he saw Sam's Gengar trap it with a mean look. Instead, now that Gengar was close instead of at range, he called for a Psychic to have his Hypno grab it. And Gengar was grabbed. Though this move dealt super effective damage, Gengar had intentionally allowed himself to be telekinetically grappled here. He maintained a tense smile due to the pain, and his own eyes flashed. The Hypno dropped its move, pulling back from whatever it saw in the illusions of Confuse Ray. From there, Gengar had free range to do whatever he wanted, and as his Shadow Ball knocked out the Psychic type, Morty heard Agatha mutter something quietly under her breath. A Paraswag strategy. Of course. While it was obvious what that meant, Morty couldn't say he had heard that term used before. The Hypno's feint meant it was the first knockout of the match, and the audience's cheers could be heard in this sealed room, even as muffled as they were. Nelson went on to replace his unconscious Hypno with a Kadabra, and he was also quick to have it use Teleport to flash away. Gengar tried to rush it, but its teleport saw it change positions in a blink. Here, speed would be less important. Due to the Kadabra's instant mobility, a Pokémon's ranged capabilities would be what sealed the match. I'll say, Will quipped. I don't know who to root for. Sam finally withdrew his Gengar, using his first official switch of the battle. With the ghost type's disappearance, Morty inched forward on his seat to try to see exactly what Sam was thinking of doing next. He wanted to be the first to recognize the Pokémon Sam sent out next. Typhlosion, right? It's finally time? That was not the case. Morty could not even begin to explain why Sam made this decision, but the ghost-type trainer below sent out his close-ranged Primeape instead. And the arena went silent. The Pokémon's presence alone seemed to push back the Jengar's fading haze. Nelson went stock-still when he laid his eyes on it. There was something seriously wrong with Sam's Primeape. "Hold on," Whitney said, her mouth full. That's not a Primeape," Agatha said, finishing the statement for her. With half the arena stunned by the greyish Pokémon below, and the other half seemingly cheering their heads off, Morty checked on Agatha again. Her reactions had been curious. Never once before had he seen her surprised. She would be consternated, yes, and she was usually either annoyed or disappointed otherwise. But here, she was unable to bring her gaze away from the field, and she seemed to actually be at a loss for words at the Pokémon that had appeared. Using her cane, she slowly walked forward, moving down the short staircase through the seats to stand at the window. Her eyes were wholly stuck on that grey Pokémon, and though worn habit alone saw her try to passively hide it, Morty could see that her expression was filled with genuine shock. Such a wild sight helped Morty wipe his own gobsmacked expression off his face. He couldn't stop his nervous laugh. He wasn't sure what was going on. The match hadn't resumed, and everyone else was too busy staring. Morty was forced to be the one to grab the television remote from a nearby table and unmute the conference broadcast. "Name of the species," the referee's voice said from the television as the man finished speaking his orders. "Annilope," Sam answered. "He's an evolution of Primeape. I'd say more, but it's better if I show him off in battle, right?" Sam smiled. Across from him, Nelson looked pale. There was something about the wisps that drifted off the Annilope's head that made it appear as though it possessed an ascended level of power. His eyes kept flicking around, and he seemed to be at a complete loss for what to do against such an unknown foe. With just this one species' appearance, he'd been thrown completely off foot for this match. But he was still an experienced trainer, and he was quick to decide to go with a safer option. "Our return, Kadabra. TCH coward. Not good in unexpected situations. Make sure to mark that down." Wool silently nodded to Agatha and wrote what she commanded. "Alakazam," Nelson said, his confidence returning as his strongest Pokémon was sent onto the field. But Sam just laughed. "Really? Why would you do that? Now your best Pokémon is going to faint. You don't even know what we can do," Nelson said through gritted teeth. "The match is resumed, right?" The referee nodded. "Then use Psychic, Alakazam." His Alakazam pointed a spoon at Annilope, and Sam's response was simple. "Shadow Punch." An arm was thrown forward. Credit to Nelson, his Alakazam was strong. Even at such an immense distance, Annilope was grabbed in a blue light and squeezed. The pained grunts that left the Pokémon demonstrated that it was still a fighting type. It was just a fighting type that had managed to become a ghost type as well. But even through the pain of the move, Sam's Annilope was able to throw out its attack. It seemed that though an Annilope was a physical fighter, this one move solved what would have been a Primeape's issues with range. Classically, Shadow Punch was only ever used by Pokémon whose hands could leave the sides of their bodies, with Haunter and Dusclops being the prime examples. However, at high levels of play, Pokémon stopped requiring a physical medium to use their attacks. Rather than launching an unattached fist, the Annilope's Shadow Punch sent out a copy. The projectile, wreathed in shadow, flew through the air and tracked the Alakazam. The Alakazam tried to avoid that incoming Shadow Punch with a teleport, being forced to drop its Psychic to relocate. Morty noticed a subtle twitch in the Primeape's arm, and the Shadow Punch curved to shoot off and change directions to chase the Alakazam down. Shadow Punch was known for its accuracy, as the move rarely failed to hit. The Alakazam did its best to avoid the ghost type's attack, but Annilope was relentless, and his attack chased it perfectly. Eventually, the Shadow Punch slammed into the Alakazam's arm, pushing up its shoulder and crushing the side of its chest. Ghost-type energy pierced right into the Psychic type. Though Shadow Punch was not the strongest move, it was a move that had been sent out with all of Annilope's strength, and Alakazam were not known for taking physical hits. Truthfully, Annilope was seriously hurt after that single Psychic, but he was both healthy and strong enough to last until he had won with just this single punch. So a close-ranged fighting type stands victorious over a long-ranged Psychic type, Morty mused. Or, he thought to himself, I should say a ghost type stands victorious. Nearby, Will cleared his throat. Should we start resolving the bets now, or? Quiet, Agatha snapped. There's still one more. After the Alakazam, Nelson quickly sent out his Mr. Mime from before, trying to get it to reset its barriers. Unfortunately for him, that just opened it up to the Annilope charging forward unopposed, and a brick break shattered through them. A retaliatory shadow ball clipped the Annilope's side, but the evolved Pokémon was unrelenting. Another shadow punch, this one not needing to leave its arm, smashed into the Mr. Mime's face to finally take it out. But was that really a shadow punch? The attack had lacked the usual flickering shadows. Nelson only had one more Pokémon, and while Sam's team had taken damage, none had fainted. It hadn't been a perfect match for him so far, but Sam was undoubtedly demonstrating his team's confidence and strength. As Nelson brought up his final Pokeball, the audience screamed uproariously, and the Kadabra made its final appearance. "Kadabra," Nelson said. "It's all on you, but I know you can do it. Most of his Pokémon are injured, and you've had time to analyze your opponent. You know what we're up against, so let's pull off a win." The Kadabra tugged at its mustache. Its look was serious, and its gaze was firmly locked onto Annilope. Though it was not an Alakazam, this Kadabra was still a part of an 8-batch team. Annilope had already demonstrated his strengths, and this psychic type was smart enough to have a counter in mind for Annilope's game plan. But then, Sam started to speak. Even through the television, it was hard to hear him over the crowd. "Well, this has been an interesting battle, but I've only shown off 3 of my Pokémon, and you've been able to use all 4, he said. Nelson paled. What? He knew what was coming. To make things even, how about I send out my last Pokémon? For fairness's sake. No. It's all right. You should just return, Annilope. Sam smiled as he grabbed a certain, worn Pokeball. The cheers that came from the audience were nearly deafening. This wasn't a fight scene world round. The Johto conference had been going on all day, and many people had tuned out. Others weren't bothering to watch until the end, when the real battles would start, and even more than them were just not interested at all. But right now, more and more people were turning on the television, urged by family and friends to see this ongoing match. Emails were exchanged. Phone calls were made. Forum posts were posted. People were telling others about a new evolution and a bunch of fancy moves being displayed. Yet, for the thousands of strangers watching this match, there were others, too, who were paying attention to the screen. They weren't necessarily anyone that special, but they were people who personally knew the trainer and Pokémon in this fight. And there were a surprising number of them, too. In a lone, northern cabin, a man surrounded by baskets of dried mushrooms sat next to his Parasect and cheered at his television. Another man next to a proud, old fire type could barely cover his ears in time before dozens of primates yelled. Off in a prison, a certain person hidden by a disguise shook hands with a man in a uniform, and when walking away, he sent the sight being displayed on the television an unhappy scowl. In 3 different gyms, 3 different leaders reacted in 3 different ways. A heavy-set man led the cheers of a bunch of brawlers. A steel-type specialist nodded slightly as if she knew something like this had been coming all along. A solitary man, alone in his office, listened to the radio's descriptions and allowed himself the faintest of smiles. At home, 2 ghost types cheered, much to the fright of the guest next to them. In Olivine, an aunt smiled as she placed a plate of cookies in front of her. Someone in the main lobby of the arena itself stared at a massive, hanging monitor and clenched his fist in challenge. And there was one more, far away in his cozy little ranch-side home, who sat in a small living room while surrounded by Pokémon and his years of research. He stared at his television, smiling to himself, and he whispered a short phrase. "He looks so much like you." Finally, in front of them all, Sam tossed up a Pokeball, and a Pokémon appeared that he had known for basically all of his life. Typhlosion, he named. She was not a normal Typhlosion. And the audience screamed even louder for it. "Finish it!" Sam shouted. His Pokémon attacked. Dancing shadows, streaming darkness, and countless wisps poured out from behind the strange Typhlosion's back. Questions were exchanged throughout Johto as a veritable parade and Infernal One rushed her current foe. The Kadabra tried its best to defend itself, of course. It teleported away, and then it attempted a disable to no avail. It tried and failed to use Psychic to push back the flood. It conjured barriers in a useless attempt to block the incoming move. It tried to blast them with a Psybeam, intending to disrupt at least some of those wisps. Nothing worked. Typhlosion had simply conjured too many too quickly for it to do anything to block this damage. Eventually, the Kadabra hunkered down with a protect, and its entire being became consumed by the ghostly light. The move lasted for far too long for a mere protect to defend it. Eventually, when all of the wisps had passed by and began to fade away, the Kadabra became visible for the final time in this tournament. The Pokémon was no longer standing, and its eyes lacked any focus. It laid on the floor, utterly unconscious, and Sam's second round match concluded. In so many ways, this was his victory.